Every year for the last decade, hundreds of thousands of gamers from around the world have gathered to celebrate their passion at Gamescom, making it the biggest event of its kind on planet Earth. And this year, Gamescom Studio is bringing the action right into your homes or wherever you're watching. This year's festivities might be winding down, but we're going out with a bang. We'll be breaking down our favorite moments from Gamescom Studio, as well as checking out an incredible cosplay competition throughout the day, thanks to Hydra Forge. And it's all leading up to Gamescom Best of Show, where we highlight the best that this year had to offer and announce the winners of awards in a range of categories, including ones voted on by you, the viewers. Get ready, because Gamescom Studio is bringing the heart of gaming to you starting right now.
Embrace the software.
Hello and welcome back to another day of Gamescom Studio. This is our big, huge final send-off day, and there is so much cool stuff in store. A little bit later, the Gamescom cosplay contest is kicking off, and from thousands of cosplay submissions from around the world, 30 finalists have been picked, and from those finalists, only 5 will be walking away with awards. Not sure they're really walking away because everyone's kind of doing this from home, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Then later on, it is the Gamescom Best of Show Awards, which will be celebrating the best parts of this year's show and of gaming in general in 2020. But right now, you're here for games. Let's take a look at The Outer Worlds' new DLC right here on Gamescom Studio.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. My name is Carrie Patel, and I'm the game director for Paralon Gorgon, the first expansion to The Outer Worlds. Today we're going to be looking at some pre-release footage for one of our side quests, Love is the Plan is Death.
Let's have a chat. All right, inspection time. Look at my eyes for as long as you can without blinking. Starting now. Good. Look up. Now look down. Thank you. Got him from my mother. You're doing swell. Now, name and occupation. Good enough for me. You're cleared to pass. That was a sanity check. If you had changed like the others, it'd be in your eyes. You'd also be drooling, cursing, and making a mess of the place. Welcome to the Sprat Shack. You can head on downstairs. Every day, salvagers and scrappers set out to comb the ruins and make their fortune. The ones who come back, they aren't always the same men or women who left. They change. Never for the better. First, they get real twitchy and paranoid, shouting at folks who aren't there. Then they smell like they soiled themselves, on account of how they soiled themselves. After that, they're gone. Nothing but animals wearing human skin. Seen it happen myself. It's never pretty. Watch yourself out there.
So this is the Sprat Shack.
Now this looks like a real dive. Hey, I wonder if they got those floorboards that creak when a stranger walks in.
Oh, ugh. This place smells like Felix's birth.
And as you can see, your companions have plenty to say about this, as well as many of the other discoveries you're going to make on Gorgon. This is a former supply depot that's now become a sublight-run bar and smuggler stopover, and it's also your hub for a number of side quests.
Never had bars this nice. Got balconies and everything.
Jerome would have loved this place. You don't look like one of the salvagers, no? Don't really seem like the type. You've got the look of someone who's traveled far to get here, and whose journey is far from over. Confidence. The scavengers around here, they're faking it. You're the real deal. I don't know if you're bound for the old ruins, but in case you are, can you look into something? I'd do it myself, but of course, the marauders would eat me alive. Looking for something out there. Been paying Sublight to help me, but they haven't made much progress. It is to me, but apparently it's junk to Sublight. My husband and I worked on Gorgon during the good times. Jerome was on maintenance duty. I cleaned out test tubes till they sparkled. Nowhere good, that's for sure. In his final hours, Gorgon was a war zone. Violence broke out in the labs. The hills were full of marauders. You couldn't take a leisurely stroll without an armed escort. When the order came through to evacuate, non-essential personnel drew a lottery to see who would board the first wave of ships. Jerome won. I lost. As soon as I wasn't looking, Jerome switched our tickets and pushed me to the front of the line. I got to leave. Jerome stayed behind. I never saw him again. That Jerome always chose the right thing, even when it got him killed. This place is greedy. Took my Jerome, and it would have taken me too. I just want one thing back. His old hip flask. I gave it to him the day we signed our marriage contract, and he carried it wherever he went. I know it's still here. I appreciate it, stranger. I don't expect you to move the stars. Just keep an eye out and think of me from time to time. I don't have much, but if you help me, there's a little set aside for the occasion. Jerome used to drink with his buddies in a small kitchen opposite the maintenance shed. Might be a good place to check first.
So Leonora and her husband used to work on Gorgon back in its heyday when Spacer's Choice was running a research facility here. And so her story is very closely tied to the larger story of Gorgon. What that really means will become clear as we explore the content. For now, we're going to head out and get our first look at the Gorgon Overlands. As with many side quests and tasks in the Outer Worlds, this is going to involve a mix of exploring a colorful but dangerous overland area, choosing between a mixture of combat and stealth to navigate the dangers, and making some choices about how we resolve things and how we present ourselves to characters. So as you'll hear in just a moment, we have some brand new music for Peril on Gorgon, something to help us accentuate the mood and suggest some of the mystery and danger that you're going to find in this location. Now, this is your first look at the Gorgon asteroid. As you explore, you'll definitely get the sense that something pretty bad happened here.
Something made a mess of this place. Watch your back,
Felix
boss.
isn't wrong there. Finding out what that is will be part of the story of the Gorgon Overlands. In fact, right here, we've got one of our first encounters, some marauders clustered around a downed ship. We've got to decide whether to fight or sneak past them. We're going to fight. This is the PET, the Pest Extermination Tool, one of our brand new science weapons. Has grab plating on the base, which lets us pull enemies towards us, so that then we can slice them with this wicked flaming blade thing that we've got here. And right now we're fighting some new Marauder variants that are specific to Gorgon. And kind of who they are and how they got here is going to be part of the story of Gorgon that we'll experience as well. So you see this colorful spore grass? This is actually cover grass. When you see this, you can use this to sneak around enemies and encounters that you'd rather not fight. But for now, we're going to go up to an old workers' compound, letting us explore some of the verticality of Gorgon. As you might have noticed back there as we were entering the transportation hub, if you looked up, you could see dungeons. You could see the glowing dome of the Synthesis and Manufactory Center, which is one of our central dungeons, as well as in the near distance, another dungeon that we'll visit earlier in the DLC.
This looks just like the abandoned.
We want to help show players points of interest in the distance and encourage them to find interesting ways to get there and to explore the content. But for now, we're going to find Jerome's flask in this old worker housing area. A lot of this is very familiar to Parvati, who grew up in Edgewater, which is also a Spacer's Choice area. Little place run and managed by Spacer's Choice, as the Gorgon asteroid used to be when it was a research facility, a working research facility. So this is the kitchen Leonora told us to go to. Just have to deal with these marauders first. And now we're finding not Jerome's flask, but a journal. So if we read through that, we'll see that something pretty disturbing happened to Jerome.
So, anyway, what happened to all these people? Not like they had anywhere to go.
Good question. We'll be figuring out what happened to the people on Gorgon, but for now we're going to focus on what happened to Jerome specifically. So to do that, we're going to follow the instructions in his journal to go up and find the apartment where he and Leonora used to live, and hopefully we can get his flask there. And there it is. So we can take this back to Leonora to close out the quest. But first, let's take a look at something else pretty cool. So this is going to be our DLC's take on audio logs, which we're calling portable phonographs. You can find them scattered throughout the overlands and the dungeons, and including in this apartment up here. Kind of an analog wax cylinder recorder look.
This is my second month on Adrenatime. It's like the color came back. Like I was tuned to the wrong band all this time, and now the static's gone. I'm finally clear-headed, focused. There's so much I'm excited to do. I feel like me again. Side effects? I guess I've noticed people staring at me a lot more lately. Hard to talk to them sometimes. Feels like they don't get it. Maybe they just don't trust it. Or maybe they don't trust me.
So the portable phonographs allow us to tell more of the stories of the people who used to live and work on Gorgon. And seeing as a number of things have happened to these people, and most of them are no longer here, this is an important way for us to tell their stories and to tell them with life and character. But now we're going to head back to Leonora to turn in the quest. And when we do that, we're going to have some decisions to make about what to tell her and how to interpret the information we found. You'll notice that before we found the flask, we also found a journal from Jerome that suggested that he'd changed in a pretty disturbing way. Whether or not we choose to tell her this and how we interpret that information is kind of going to be up to us. But note that it is possible for players to find the flask without finding the journal, including before they've ever talked to Leonora. So many of the options that we're going to have when we turn this quest in are reflective of the fact that we found additional information about Jerome, and now it's up to us to decide how much of that to tell Leonora.
You find anything out there, you let me know. I'm ready to get off this rock. That's it, all right. Law. Still smells like his whiskey, his cigarettes, and that awful cologne he bathed in every morning. Here. I saved up for this, just in case I needed to go out into the ruins myself. Truth be told, I'm glad I never had to use it. You didn't happen to find anything else out there, did you?
Here's where we decide what else to tell her.
A marauder? You're telling me he's been alive all this time? Don't tell me that's the end of it. Was there anything else? Do you think one of them was my Jerome? I see. Thank you for telling me. Jerome got me out of Gorgon. I can honor his memory by staying out. Time to hit the dusty trail. Be seeing you, stranger.
I don't think that's what you wanted to hear, but I'm glad you were honest.
I think you did the right thing, Captain, but I hope she doesn't try to go after him.
And that's your first look at Peril on Gorgon. Hope to see you back here on September 9th. Thank you.
And that was a look at the Outer Worlds new DLC. In just a little bit, we'll take a look at some of the best cosplay on Earth. But first, here's this.
Ford has been working closely with racing game fans all around the world to design a brand new car called the Team Fordzilla P1 that will be used in yet to be announced games in 2021. On top of that, they recently revealed they'll be producing the car as a full-scale prototype too. The Team Fordzilla P1 was unveiled in Opening Night Live on Thursday, but in case you missed it, here is a quick peek at what it looks like.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. I'm your host, Miranda Sanchez, and joining me is my wonderful co-host, Myri Stritter. Hello, Myri.
Hi, hello from Germany.
Wow, so far
Thanks.
away. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's much easier than the last Gamescoms. No one had to step on a plane or in a train, and yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you usually get to host this in Germany at Gamescom, so it's a great pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, I've been doing it over the last few years several times, and I'm very happy that I can do it again this year. Although it's a little bit different. It's more silent. There's no crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are not alone in this. We have some excellent judges, correct?
Oh yeah, we've got a great panel of judges, and they're all experts in their fields. They're all professional cosplayers, and they've judged several contests already. And we've got Baka Cosplay. She's the queen of the wigs. Hey there. We've got Kato Cosplay, our own assassin. Hello there.
Hello, thanks for having us.
And then we've got Andreas Bauer of AJ Designs, and if you've ever been at Gamescom, you've seen him stomp around in a giant mood as not a Decepticon, he's one of the good guys as a Transformer.
And the GameSpot.
Oh yes. Yeah. So how are you today? I hope it's silent. That's what they are. But I hope they are looking forward to what we're going to see today and to the cosplay.
Yes, absolutely. So before we get started, let's go over the rules because what's a contest without some rules? So cosplayers from all over the world have entered this year's contest, and our cosplay sponsor Hydroforge has gone through every single one, which is very impressive. And they've narrowed it down to 30 finalists. So we'll get a look at all of them over the next few hours to determine our winners. The 5 cosplay award categories are Best Dressed, Best Armor, and of course a first, second, and third for best overall cosplay. The 5 winners will be receiving cash prizes, vouchers from the cosplayshop.be, a ticket to Gamescom 2021, and more. But that's all coming up later. For now, let's jump in and see our first finalist. Myri, who do we have up first?
Okay, our first finalist, that's Yoshitsune. He's from Russia, and that's the character he's going to cosplay. That's Michael Fassbender's character from the 2016 movie Assassin's Creed, Aguilar de Nera. And we're going to see him in the cosplay. That's quite a transformation for him. And
oh, wow.
There we are.
Quite a transformation indeed.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. And for me, it's hard to tell the difference between his costume and the movie costume, but we've got specialists here who are going to look at this very closely. So, Baka, what do you think? What are you looking at with this cosplay?
I don't know where to look at because there's so many beautiful details, so much leather work. I can't imagine how much time that this costume must have cost.
Karen, what do you think as a fellow assassin?
Yeah, also the beadings, dozens of different kind of beads, and all the handwork, all the leather tooling, they're really standing out to me. And yeah, I had the pleasure to see the original costume this one is based on, and the costume we can see here doesn't stand back in any way.
Okay. AJ, what do you think about this and the details?
Yeah, I think it's very hard work with the leather, and the details is absolutely amazing. Nice job.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm happy I'm not a judge. This is going to be a tough job, and this is a great start for the whole thing. What do you think, Miranda?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I am so impressed by how just pinpoint accurate. Like, I could see them just using that for the movie, right? And so it's such a fantastic start. So let's move along and get a look at our next finalist. Ari, who do we have here? Oh my goodness.
That is Rahiga cosplay. She's from Switzerland and she's chosen a very challenging costume. That is Valkyrie Kara from God of War. Look at those wings.
I have to
see that.
Her image on the right there looks like it's straight out of the game. Like, I think that's like a screenshot right out of it, but that's her cosplay. How fantastic. That's insane.
Is it? I can't actually.
That's actually a screenshot.
That's a screenshot.
Okay.
This is the
costume.
It's a
screenshot. Goodness. Okay, well.
But you can't tell the difference.
There we go.
Actually.
I can't tell the difference because if you look at this cosplay, it looks exactly the same.
Well, look at those wings. I
That's
got
really
your eyes of
perfect.
it. But
It
Baka, what do you see?
I'm in love with it. I mean, I'm in love with details and making the costume live. Look, there are even rivets on each section. It is impressive. I love the details and so much work. Leather, feather, not leather.
Yeah, the paint job is really standing out to me. The transition between the Turkish color and the gray, and then to the tips and to the orange, the bright orange, is really amazing.
Okay. Well, Andreas is our master of big builds. What do you think about those wings?
Yeah, the wings have the perfect size of the for the costume, and the material looks real leather. It's absolutely crazy, and the nice helmet. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, these are so fantastic. I really love that we get to see her moving in this cosplay as well. I think the editing also just in these, like that one she has later on with the Photoshop in a set, just looks so fantastic. Like I said, I was completely fooled this entire time. And I am, again, as you said, Mary, so not envious of our judges because these are also fantastic so far. So let's check out our next finalist.
Okay, our next finalist, number 3, is Otley Cosplay from Canada, and she's chosen Anduin Rin, King Anduin Rin from World of Warcraft, but she's going to do a gender bend version. So we're gonna see her as Queen Anduin Rin and her version of this amazing armor. Look at that.
Yes.
Oh,
can you tell that that's not metal?
Wow. No, not at all.
It's so shiny. Baka, what do you think? What did you do? How did you do this?
So, if this is sculpted, and I think it is, I can't imagine the hours of sanding to have these perfect edges and perfect symmetry. So I think she spent a lot of time on patterning to have this perfect symmetry.
Oh yeah. Karan, what did you think about this work?
Yeah, as far as we understand, it's all handmade, and there's also quite an understanding for armor because she can wear it quite well in the times that she can move without much of any restrictions, and that's not necessarily a given, so well done on that.
Okay. Andreas, what do you think about this plate armor?
The costume, it's amazing. It's come directly from Fort Knox. It's real gold, and it's absolutely amazing. The details, wow.
Oh yeah. So Miranda, would you wear this? It looks comfy actually for an armor.
I mean, absolutely. She wears it so super well, and I honestly can't believe that this isn't all metal. Like it's fantastic. The craftsmanship here is just unparalleled, I'd say. Again, do not envy the judges. But let's go ahead and move on to see who we have next. I cannot wait. Every time we move on to another contestant, I'm just blown away.
Okay. Contestant finalist number 4. That's Margaret cosplay. She's from Poland. There we have her. Oh, look at that cat bag. And she's taken on a piece of artwork for a Star Wars character, the malicious Darth Malady. And she's taken the whole thing, including making her own lightsabers. And this is going to be also quite a transformation from the sweet lady with the cat bag.
Oh, wow. That is something I want in my closet.
You're going to wear
Agree.
that? Becca, would you wear this? How does
I
it
would. Totally would. And it could be foam, I think. So it could be even very comfortable. So the fit also seems very harmonic and very well done. So I think it's comfortable and badass.
Oh, yeah. What do you think about this work, about the details, Karad?
Well, we all know the dark side dresses best, and what stands out here for me is also that she took the concept of the artwork and translated it into the costume, the terms that she made the skirt and painted the draping on top of it, so it actually seems drawn still.
Oh, yeah. AJ, how do you like this dark side lady?
It's a really massive body armor. So many small pieces to cut all the small parts. I love the LED lights inside with special effects, and I love the handbag. I have the same one here.
Well, you're not using that as a bag, are you?
It's not my handbag.
Okay. Well, I'm very happy to see this character. It's one of the lesser-known characters from the Star Wars universe. I have her comics, and I'm completely in love. What do you think, Miranda? Would you rather have the Sith lady costume or the cat bag?
That's a very hard choice. We have a cat bag and lightsabers. These competitors are not playing games out here with what they are bringing to the table. Unfortunately, we do have to move on because we have so many great contestants to take a look at. And as much as I would love to look at her all day, we have another competitor.
Oh yeah, we have to move on. The next contestant, the next finalist is Keely's cosplay from France. And she's decided on the Archon Crusader set from Diablo 3. Look at those big shoulders and look at that sweet lady on the left. And then we're going to combine them into a complete badass. So...
You were not joking about saying that. She looks badass. Holy crap.
Yeah, look at those shoulders and that shield. She's not going to have anyone stand in her way. Okay. What do you think about this, Becca? What are you looking at?
Well, it's very impressive. This is a transformation about, let's say, just a girl that you can cross in the street, and then she has this pauldrons, huge shield that you can jump any crowd.
Yeah. Karad, would you cross blades with her?
Definitely not. Not for fun. Anyway, definitely one of our first tanks from this competition, and I really like that the shield has those fluorescent details on the front. I'm really curious how she managed to accomplish that.
I'm not sure. What do you think, Andreas? I think it's just a good paint job, to be honest.
Yeah, I like the glue color. It looks hot. The shield, it's very nice, and yeah, it's a nice costume.
Oh yeah, I'd like that shield for my next trip to the grocers. What do you think, Miranda?
Yes, absolutely. Like everyone, I think as much as that shield is imposing, would be great for pushing away people. It's like, please stay away from me. I think just the overall look is so imposing that I don't think anyone would actually want to come near you.
Maybe good for next Gamescom.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do this.
Yeah, next time we're going to see Miranda at Gamescom. She's going to wear a tough armor and a shield.
It's a must. I will make sure I pack that with me on my trip to Gamescom. It will be wonderful. Well, that's what we have for our first batch of cosplay finalists, but we've got lots more. We'll be announcing the winners later tonight, so stick around. We'll be right back after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Oh, hey, welcome back to IGN at Gamescom Studio. Now, Gamescom has been covering cosplay, new trailers, reveals, interviews, all that fun stuff. And we have a big award show today, too. But one of my favorite parts of Gamescom, and probably yours, too, is all of the new video games that get announced. And believe it or not, there were tons this year, basically covering a wide gamut of different genres and consoles and mobile and PC and everything. And so we thought we'd get some people together and talk about some of our favorite new game reveals. With me to talk about those things are Miranda Sanchez and Seth Macy from IGN. Hello, friends.
Hello.
Now, Miranda, I want to start with you because you're super into this game called Minute of Islands, which I feel like a lot of people are sleeping on. It is awesome looking. So tell us all about it.
Yeah, so the first thing that caught me is obviously this visual style. It's very reminiscent of Adventure Time, something I love very, very much. And it has like kind of like that grimy aesthetic, like obviously something is wrong here. And that's kind of what you're going about to investigate. So you're Mo, this little engineer, and she is trying to solve kind of like the island secrets. So this is a little platformer and it has a lot of environmental puzzles, so it says. And I'm really excited to see what this is all about because I think when you get these sort of very developed worlds that are really narrative focused, you have something that could be a very special experience. And obviously it's cute, but also pretty dangerous, as we saw with that little cavern.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited to see what has what like I guess what's in store in this world. You know,
I really like that that mechanic of the character jumping down and the skirt kind of billowing up and then floating. It reminds me of like Princess Peach and Super Mario Brothers 2 for the NES. Like it's definitely kind of throwback. And yeah, it's it looks wholesome and cute, but also super creepy. Like there's giant gross feet and like a bloody skull and a bunch of other.
it's my favorite thing. You know?
Yeah. Bloody skulls.
Yeah, cute and wholesome and gruesome. Just mix it all together. It's great.
On top of that, as all of you know, we have been mostly stuck inside this year and haven't really been able to travel or visit theme parks or anything like that. And our lives have become a lot more like The Sims than I think we wanted to. And so we miss theme parks. And a good thing that got announced just this week was The Sims 4 Journey to Batuu Star Wars expansion. And holy crap, I'm excited for this. Tell us all about it.
Yes, so this is a game pack, which kind of puts it along the lines of what we've seen with the Magic expansion, Strangerville, and Parenthood. So it's not a full-on expansion, but it is a game pack. That means it has like different mechanics. So it does have its own location. very special things. I think you're supposed to kind of get. That's really funny. I love The Sims so much. Sorry. So you're supposed to get, I think, a reputation with either the First Order or the Resistance. And so there is like sort of a game element to just Batu here, which is really exciting because I love like having an added element to The Sims. And this is its own location. And like the idea is that you go like kind of like when you're in the Disney parks, like you go here and it's a special transition to somewhere else. And then you get to go home and you can bring stuff back with you. And I got to go and spend a lot of time there, and especially at Olga's Cantina earlier this year. And it was such a special experience for me, especially because, you know, now we're stuck at home. And so getting to play this again potentially in The Sims is just such a delightful surprise. So I'm really excited to see how we're able to craft our own stories in this. And of course, it's not like a full game, but I think it is definitely one of my favorite announcements from Gamescom.
Yeah, this is as a huge Star Wars fan, I this is a trailer that just sort of kept giving and giving. I kept being like, I wonder how sort of surface level or superficial this could be, but it's actually really deep in terms of the amount of characters and systems at play, and just straight up like one-to-one recreations of places like Olga's Cantina. They have the DJ robot in the corner. I too went to Olga's Cantina last year. I got this like Ewok mug. You know, it was such a fun experience. I think that they really created that sort of theme park feel, and I really can't wait to play this. I haven't really played The Sims in a while, and this is going to absolutely get me to jump in almost immediately.
I know some guides and cheats that can help you out if you need it over on IGN.com.
Right, yeah. Head on over to IGN.com as soon as the show is over to get some guides and cheats for The Sims. Seth, tell us about Wohan Vengeful Spirit.
So Wohan Vengeful Spirit is you play the spooky ghost of a girl who was killed during some sort of conflict, and it basically, just looking at it, it's like a supernatural Metal Gear Solid is what I'm getting from this. But instead of, you know, creeping around and knocking on walls, you actually take possession of these bad guys and then, you know, turn them against one another. Or in that case, you can take possession of a dog and be a real vengeful dog. And yeah, I'm definitely into this game right here.
Oh, this looks awesome. Yeah, I really like the setting is definitely old school Metal Gear as hell too, which is super cool. But the ghost element reminds me sort of that GameCube game Geist.
Oh, I know what game you're talking about, but I never played.
Yeah, I'm gonna name drop Geist on our Gamescom
coverage.
I don't care.
That's the German word for ghost, you know.
You could possess a rat in that game. So yeah, do you know what platforms this game's coming to, or like when people can play it? Because it looks like it's pretty far along.
Yeah, I'm sure you can Steam wishlist it, but that's the best I can do for you, Brian. I'm sorry.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Seth.
No, it's okay.
No, it looks really, really awesome, and I like the sort of possession element and the gunplay as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us about Nazar, Son of Man.
This game got me super excited because I knew nothing about it going in, and they said it's a 2D cover-based shooter, and I thought, well, I mean, okay, sure. And then I saw like the trailer of it, and I was like, this game is everything that I want in a game. It's got like a really cool animation style. The art style is really cool. It's like violent, stylized, steampunk, alternate reality. The guy has a real great mustache. Just look at that mustache. Yeah. I don't actually know. Oh, and also sometimes a giant hand will just come out of the sky and like either they'll punch enemies or they'll flick them away, like you remember in Turtles in Time. Like that's the kind of the vibe I get when you throw a foot soldier at the screen. Like this game, I am very excited for this one, and it just came out of nowhere. I never heard anything about this game before, and then I instantly fell in love with it because it's so weird. It just ticks all the boxes of like things that I like.
Like
look at that.
There's that big hand.
Wow.
Oh, he's got brass knuckles too.
Yeah, no, he's got the love ring. Like do the right thing style. It's amazing. Yeah, there's
look at that. I think a thing I really like about this game is how sort of lived in it looks, and how large the levels feel. Like there's this really great sense of scale and depth in terms of just how tall everything is. When the camera pulls out, you can really see this just giant city, this amazing painterly backdrops and everything like that. It looks really, really cool.
Yeah.
Switching over to another game, one that I'm super into. Once again, Power of Gamescom, did not know this existed, and now I'm all about it, is Morbid, the Seven Acolytes. This is basically a upcoming horror punk action RPG filled with Lovecraftian horrors and Cronenbergian gore. I've been on a huge Cronenberg kick recently, so this kicks ass. This is, in layman's terms, a top-down Soulsborne. And so I got really into basically every Souls game. I'm playing Dark Souls 3 now, Platinum Bloodborne, but I really liked Salt and Sanctuary, but which was sort of a 2D Soulsborne. But something about it didn't like truly click with me, but I think this is going to be much more my speed. As you can see, it looks tough as nails. You've got tons of different sort of like bizarre items and artifacts and weapons you can choose from, big gross monsters. It is very, it is dimly lit. Like, this is a spooky, scary, dark game. One of my favorite things about Dark Souls and Bloodborne is creeping around a corner and being like, what is that? And I think this is going to really tackle that, but with a sort of, 16-bit top-down, almost JRPG aesthetic. Yeah, so really, really like that. So keep an eye out for that one. That is Morbid, the Seven Acolytes. It's coming to PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Switching gears entirely to something much, much cuter, just to show you how weird my brain is Tamarin, a game where you could be a cute monkey. And this is basically a throwback 3D action platformer from a team of Rare veterans. To break this one down simply, this is the spiritual successor to Jet Force Gemini, the N64. Yeah, absolutely. I know you couldn't tell because it's like all natural. It doesn't really have like robot children and stuff like that. But if you look at, Yooka-Laylee in terms of being the next iteration of Banjo-Kazooie, this is the next Jet Force Gemini. It's about platforming, but it is all about shooting and combat. You got these, big, gross, rare looking bugs with machine guns and stuff like that. But yeah, look, there's combat, there's fighting, and you play as this cute little monkey fox thing. It's just the best. Not to typecast whatever animal he is, because I'm not entirely sure.
It almost looks like a red panda.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, but
sound off in the comments below.
With the gun, I'm intrigued. Except for those ants. I hate ants. I don't know.
Me too. I'm very happy to shoot
They're
those
so hardworking.
This is coming to PS4 and PC on September 10th, so you do not have to wait long for it. I'm hoping a Switch version's in the works soon. Yooka-Laylee took a little while to get to Switch, but once it got there, I was happy to play it there. Also, lastly, the music is entirely done by David Wise, who was a composer on Donkey Kong Country and a bunch of other games. But as you can see, those are just a few of our favorite games coming out of Gamescom so far. They're all very, very different from each other, proving that Gamescom continues to be a fantastic and diverse showcase of what this kick-ass medium has to offer. We will be back with lots more Gamescom, monkeys, foxes, red pandas, bloody skulls, big feet, all that fun stuff right after this quick break. In this Gamescom Partner Spotlight, we're going to check out the trailer for Pathfinder Kingmaker Definitive Edition, the single-player RPG based on the Pathfinder series.
Peggy 16.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Hi again, welcome back to Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. We've got a bunch more finalists to admire. Once again, our expert judges are looking for best dressed, best armor, and best overall cosplay. Mari, let's jump back into it. Who are our next finalists?
Okay, the first finalist of this batch is Anonchi from Germany, and we can see her without her costume, and we can see the character she's taking on. That's Queen Talanji from World of Warcraft. So I'm always impressed if people go for the trolls because there's so much makeup, and here she is. Look at those shoulders.
Yeah, those colors too. Oh my goodness, they just pop. It's so vibrant.
Oh yeah. Not the feathers, the fake feathers. Okay. Please, judges, tell us, what are you looking at with this costume? Baka, what are you looking at? What are the details?
Vibrant colors. She said it. It was the first thing that struck me. It is these real, vibrant and living colors, and next to that, very earthy and beautiful earth colors. That's beautiful, yes.
Karat, what do you think about those feathers, about those details on her skirt?
Oh, I really like the textures on the skirt, on the white pieces, which kind of look like cobblestone actually, but turned into a fabric, which is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah. I'm wondering how much this is weighing. AJ, what do you think, Andreas?
Yeah, it's a nice weathering on the costume. It's a very nice real color. Okay. The green, it looks very cool. It's cool. It's nice. I like it.
Now I see in the details that she also got the troll fingers.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh my goodness.
That's a nice.
Look at that. Yeah. So,
awesome job.
Final thoughts, Miranda.
So as much as I love this cosplay as a whole, but I gotta say the standout for me personally are the skulls with the tusks. Those are just fantastic. They look really great. Yeah. Maybe a little personally biased with a little extra skeleton of my own, but I think it's really fantastic.
Yeah, she's a great looking troll queen.
Yes, absolutely. So that was a fantastic start. So let's look at our next finalist. Who do we have, Mary?
Okay, our next finalist is Philetus DE, and also from Germany. And there we have him in his natural habitat, and the character, that's Werner Hunt from The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. And we're going to see several people from that background, and we're going to see him in full costume right now. I always like The Witcher stuff, because people really know how to sew when they take on these costumes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh, we got to see him in action. Oh, that's fantastic.
Why did you do that? Well, it shows off that he can actually move with this. So what do you think?
Because a lot of people don't actually think that armor is that movable.
Oh yeah.
So that's
practical.
Becca, what do you think about those details in the metal that looks like it's actually been worked on with a tiny hammer?
Yeah, exactly. So he tried to imitate this hammering movement in these pieces, and I also like the clean sewing a lot. Yes, and the weathering on the belt is beautiful too.
Well,
Yeah.
You've also done Witcher cosplay. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I have. One is actually.
It's not only a cosplay. it's a roleplay cosplay.
Exactly.
Roleplay or roleplay.
You can fight and can roll.
What I really like is the layering of the costume, because he's wearing a gambesson underneath, which you can see on the collar. He has a mail shirt, and on top of it, it's a surcoat or some kind of medieval coat. So yeah, I like the layering. That's a nice attention to detail.
Okay, Andreas already let us know that he loves it. It's a role-play costume, so be
roll
puns
cosplay.
aside. What are your final thoughts?
I love that we're having so much fun with this one, because obviously our contestant here had a lot of fun with it too. But we got a lot more to check out, so let's see who we have next.
Okay, our next finalist is Tsuhara, also from Germany, and the character we're going to see is Ciri, also from The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. So yeah, there's going to be a bunch of them, I guess. But those are really nice layered costumes. And look at her smiling, just her normal clothes.
And then suddenly, a wonderful transformation.
Look at that. She knows how to move as the character. I like it when it's costume and play and people really embody it.
It's a great presentation, definitely.
Yeah. Okay,
the location.
What are you looking at here?
First, I saw that he combined very different materials that I appreciate a lot, that people explore a lot. And I'm a wig maker, so I love this huge bun of her hair.
Khaled, what do you think about this take on the character?
Yeah, this is also a lot of hand working, a lot of hand stitching on the skirt bits, and the mail, I assume, is also butted by hand. Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's very nicely executed.
Okay. Andreas, what do you think? Would she be able to do the stunts herself in this one too?
I think she's a very strong girl, and she's very, the character looks very nice, and it's a very cool presentation. And the costume, the sword, it's very cool.
Miranda, do you believe her being this tough warrior?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
the tough warrior.
Yeah, she looks so fantastic. This is very natural. You look from like A to B here, and you're just like, yep, that's the same person. Absolutely, she's totally confident in that. I love how much she rocks it. Like, I love how it's also we have these great comparisons here, and like she has the same smile. It's very cute. She rocks this cosplay.
Yeah, it's a cute and also a tough take on Ciri.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have two more contestants. So yeah, let's see the next one.
Okay, next one up. Next finalist is Foxy Badger Cosplay from the Netherlands. And he's decided to do the Nordic carved armor from the Elder Scrolls 5 from the Dragonborn DLC. So these armor sets are always very detailed and and this is massive.
And fluffy, detailed and fluffy.
Oh my gosh! If he took this during the last few weeks, he must have died in this with all the fur.
Oh my god!
Would not have died from an enemy, but from heat.
From heat exhaustion, exactly. Baka, what do you think about this armor?
I love the presentation in general, how massive and metallic and heavy it seems, but I think it's just foam. So I really like this geometrical heaviness. I don't know how to explain that.
Karat, what are you looking for in this one?
Again, we have very nice layering techniques with some padded armor underneath the metal plate armor, and it also gives him like the shape and the silhouette of an actual bear, which is really nice.
Exactly. This.
Yeah. So huge builds are your thing, Andreas. What do you think about this one and the axe?
Yeah, I love the weapon. Yeah, I love the weapon. It's very strong and very heavy, and the helmet, it's with the head from the beard. It looks very cool, and it's very nice detail from form from the helmet, and yeah. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. There's the weathering from the metal optic. It's nice. Looks a little bit rusty and a little bit dirty. I love it.
Okay. Miranda, what do you think? More fluffy or more dangerous?
You know, I love bears because they are both fluffy and dangerous. So I gotta say, all around, this is fantastic cosplay. What do you think?
I really like it that it looks so fluffy. I'm always happy when cosplayers go for the fake fur, really, to be honest. And look at him, how happy he is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Myri, who do we have next?
Okay, the last one for this batch is Damage Cosplays from Austria, and he's cosplaying Ornstein, Dragonslayer Ornstein from Dark Souls. Yeah, that is one tough thing to pull off. That's one tough armor, and here he is.
That is
look at the
absolutely
plumes.
fantastic.
Okay, I'm just glad that he's alone, and maybe we could take this boss. Maybe.
Maybe, yeah. He doesn't have a partner this time around, it seems. So I think we'd be a little bit better off taking on Ornstein.
Yeah, it's gonna try. So, Baka, what are you looking at? What are the weaknesses and the strengths?
Again, with big costumes, because I don't make them. I like when they are well proportioned and very huge, but still have some finesse in it. If you know what I mean, that is good. Yes.
Okay. And what do you think, Cadart, about the Slayer ring?
I find it hard to find any weaknesses because he's wearing mail underneath the plate again, which is good. Also, like, here's another tank, but at the same time, it kind of has a grace to it because of all those sharp edges which kind of spike out to the sides and give it a more lighter look than you initially would think. So that's a good execution on the balancing.
What do you think how he did all these big pieces, and especially those plumes? Andreas, have you any idea?
Not really. The LEDs and the hairs, it's very nice. It looks good. It's a little bit, it's moving on the hairs. But I think the guy can't see very good in this very, very big, massive helmet. But it looks very strong and very heavy.
I think you would be surprised how much you could see out of a helmet like that.
Okay. So, I think if we want to take him down, we should go with what Andreas said and make sure that he can't see us with a big helmet. Honestly,
and roll a lot.
Yeah, and roll a lot. Yeah, but you gotta conserve your stamina. You gotta worry. I think one of our contestants from earlier would give us some good tips on rolling, though. But yeah, I love that. As you mentioned, like, I don't know how he's seeing through this helmet, but obviously he is. I think I really love the presentation of this too. Dark Souls is one of my favorite games, so seeing an Ornstein cosplayer is just always a treat. I think the character themselves is really, really cool.
I must say, the great thing about this version of the contest and the online version is I can see the people without their cosplay and really compare them. And this is just lovely how they change and what difference it makes. Also, in how they move.
Yeah, and to your point on that too, I love that we get to see these really fantastic photos that they go and do. Like, obviously, there's so many great and wonderful photographers in the cosplay community, and getting to see that also be showcased here is just such a treat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And once again, I'm happy that I don't have to decide who's going to take home the prizes.
Yeah, judges, you guys are going to have, I think, a pretty tough one.
You're going to have a really hard time. Yeah, there are a lot of different kind of talents. It's a really diverse range of experience that the people show us here, and expertise as well, exactly. So it's kind of hard to compare them even at all. But I guess we'll have to get through that.
It's a hard job. It's a very hard job.
We do our best.
Someone has to do it.
Yes. All right, so we've had so much fantastic cosplay so far, and we are just getting started. Sorry, judges, you're going to have, again, very tough job. We're announcing the winners in just a little bit, so stick around. We will be right back.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back. Between rumors, stuff being teased on social media, the inevitable leaks, and the occasional gut feeling, we usually go into Gamescom with some idea of what to expect, but there are always a few things that catch us off guard. I'm joined now by Miranda Sanchez and Jonathan Dornbush to talk about what surprised us the most this year. Miranda, let's start with you.
Yes. Hello. So Dragon Age 4 was by far the most surprising thing for me. I did not anticipate to get any news about Dragon Age anytime soon. And so having anything at all was just such a great tease. And I think the reel that they show offers so much to pick apart too, between like character designs and just like so much more too. So I'm actually looking forward to doing my deep dive. I think the original tease that they did for Dragon Age was really fun. It was like kind of alluding to a lot of, kind of trouble brewing. And then
that was the Game Awards Dreadwolf Rises one, right?
Yes, correct. And so I think a lot of us have been looking forward to seeing BioWare like really pulling out all the stops and doing another just like very driven story game. Obviously they had some troubles with Anthem, and hopefully they figure out whatever they're doing with that game. And Mass Effect Andromeda was met pretty mixed. And so this one, they like really do have to nail it. And I'm glad to see that they're being so transparent about like, hey, here's where we are in development with this. It's still early on. We have so much to do, but here's what like a next generation DragonAge game has the potential to look like. So I'm super excited to see what it's gonna
I'm so torn on this because like I love behind the scenes stuff. I love learning how stuff gets made, and I really appreciate that they're trying to sort of humanize the studio and really be like, hey, there's people making this. But at the same time, I also kind of wish they just kept quiet until they had something with like a full trailer to be like, boom, here it is. Like, here's the sort of big reveal. It's kind of like, when you're like, oh yeah, my term paper's almost ready. Here's my the first 2 pages of my rough draft, but I swear I'll have it by the due date. Jonathan,
Right.
did you have any thoughts on Dragon Age?
Yes, so Dragon Age is one of those series that I've always admired but never got into. Like, I just always felt like I missed the moment for it. So I've been looking forward to this one. I don't know if it's the best jumping in point or I should go back and play an older one first. But, I've always heard such love and affection for everything. And I've recently been getting more into fantasy-based stories and all that sort of thing. So seeing all of what they've shown here, like, looks very cool. And I can't wait to see it. But Max, sort of similar to what you were saying, I was like, I just want to see what the game is going to look like and play like, because I know what the pedigree is of the franchise, and I'm really excited to see what they're doing after so much time away. It's been a few years.
Yeah. Now, Jonathan, we also got a few reveals. You want to talk about sort of what surprised you the most?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of games all throughout the show really surprised me, both some that we kind of knew were on the way, but I think the details really surprised me too. But the first are two games I want to shout out that totally, one surprised me because I didn't know anything about it. It's called Lab Rat. It's this very cool, I think like isometric top-down sort of puzzle-looking game. It is extremely Portal-like, and I think that's intentional. Like even just seeing the gameplay, the whole like is imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I feel like this is a textbook definition almost, but it looks so cool in its own right. It's a very cool looking puzzle game, and it, you know, at first it looks like it's just going to be a Portal-like game, but it seems to have its own personality, its own type of puzzle logic to it that's totally different. I cannot wait to play this. I'm a really big puzzle game fan, so this totally looks up my alley, and it seems to have this sort of really dark underbelly of a story in it that looks to be pretty funny, so I'm excited for that for sure. Another one for me is one I've been following for a while, but Iconfell I really want to shout out because it actually has a release date. It's a game I've been following for I think years now, since its first Kickstarter reveal, and it's coming out October 8th, I believe, on all platforms, PC and all consoles. And it is this really cool looking 8-bit magic school RPG. And as someone who grew up as a huge Harry Potter fan and has not been met with exactly the best Harry Potter games, especially RPGs, this looks like a very wholesome, like upbeat and wonderful RPG in the old turn-based style, but it looks gorgeous. It's been in the works by Chevy Ray. They've been talking about it a lot on Twitter over the years and marking the progress, and there's a ton of great music to it. Like the musicality is wonderful, the art design is wonderful. It's gone through a lot of iterations, and they've been very open about sort of the transformations the game has gone through, especially because it was in Kickstarter a while back. So to see the progress the game has been making and to know it's just a little over a month away is so exciting for me, because I want to go pretend I, you know, live and fight monsters at a magic school. That sounds wonderful, and I can't wait to play this.
Yeah, I feel like there's this, there's this sort of like turnover period for people who grew up with Harry Potter and people who grew up with, 16-bit JRPGs to finally, it's sort of incubated enough, and now we're going to start to get this, because there's also, on top of this, the Stardew Valley team is also making a Magic School game. So I feel like we're going to get this kind of renaissance of the games, and then of course there's that much rumored Harry Potter game that we're supposedly going to get at some point. But yeah, I'm totally with you. I would like to go to Magic School.
Yeah. Those definitely look a lot of fun in my opinion. And then also one that I think we knew was coming because it was teased for opening night live, the Fall Guys season 2 premiere. I've been playing Fall Guys every night since it came out. I'm totally addicted. But what I didn't expect was, I don't know why, but in my head season 2 was just going to be like, hey, we have a ton of new costumes, there's 1 or 2 new levels. I didn't expect a theme, which as someone who's been playing Fortnite and every season is a new theme, I should have been smarter about that, but I'm tired. But this really, like the whole idea that they are going for a full-on theme for season 2, and it's a bunch of new games, some that are twists on existing games that are already in there, but it's all medieval themed, wacky new costumes, wacky new games. I'm excited for that and what that means for seasons going forward. I think they likely are going to come away with some pretty like creative, wacky stuff as we go through all these seasons. And just the look of these first few teases of the games, we don't have too much information on them, but like one of them is essentially you need to go through all these different stacked tiers of gates. It's sort of like a reverse of the gate crashing that we have in the game right now, but you need to use these blocks sort of collectively with the other players to make progress, but eventually then also screw those other players over so you can get ahead of them. I think that's like the best combination of Fall Guys, is when you're both working with and against other players. There's a fun combination there, and so that really excited me as a big fan of that game.
Nice. I think the things that really surprised me the most, this one got sort of burned past really quick, but we got a trailer for Unknown 9, which is a fittingly a lot of question marks. We got this gorgeous CG trailer, which tells us basically nothing about the game, except for this little girl. Looks like she gets some time distortion powers. I dug into this a little bit, and it's part of this huge sort of transmedia storytelling experience that's kind of rooted in like secret society stuff. There's like novels out already. I think they're planning a TV show, maybe a movie, a comic, like just basically kind of coming at you on all fronts. So there is like existing lore out there, but they're aiming to make a whole AAA game. And I think one of the people behind it is worked on the Assassin's Creed series. So there's definitely some sort of pedigree on making one of those meta stories that makes people dig into it and pick it apart. But yeah, I hope we actually get to see some gameplay sometime soon. Definitely, I think the biggest surprise was seeing Christopher Lloyd as Doc Brown during opening night live. That was definitely not something I would ever expect, and I love that they hyped it up with Back to the Future music, and then he came out in character as Dr. Emmett Brown for the first time in God knows how long, and then he proceeded to promote Surgeon Simulator 2, which is great, which has doctors in it, I guess, but it doesn't involve time travel or DeLoreans or really. I don't. It was kind of an odd twist there, but
yeah, very strange combination. I was like, wait, or what is happening? Back to the Future? No time. Okay.
Yeah, I
Here
mean,
we are.
I feel like maybe they could have gotten him to announce the Telltale Back to the Future game back when that came out, but whatever, I guess. Why not? I mean, they put the DeLorean in Rocket League. They could have used him, but okay, sure, Surgeon Simulator, why not? Anyway, there are probably still some more Gamescom surprises to go, and coming up, we have a ton more incredible cosplay, arguably some of the best cosplay on Earth, and then the Cosplay Awards to figure out which of those cosplayers are actually the best of the best. And still to come, the Gamescom Best of Show Awards. But right now, it is time for a short break. Stick around.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to the Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by HydroForge. We've got another batch of 5 finalists, and once again, our expert judges are looking for Best Dressed, Best Armor, and Best Overall Cosplay. Myri, let's jump right back into it. Who is our first finalist of this batch?
Okay, first finalist this time around is Hummel Cosplay from Germany, and she's cosplaying as Amicia de Rune from A Plague Tale: Innocence. And there we see her and with her gear, and there we see what she's going to take on. And this is, oh, look at that stitching.
Oh, wow. Yes. That is so lovely.
And I think that's her real hair. That's not a wig. Oh, it's a really, really good wig. Baka, as our resident wig specialist, what do you think?
It's difficult to say because sometimes you can hide the hairline by adding some hairs on top, and there are many techniques to do that. So it's difficult to judge from the distance, but if it's a wig, I want to see it in real life. Really.
And other details, look at the costume, what do you think?
What I think? I think it's perfectly accurate. I mean, I saw the reference because I don't see the character, but it was literally the same.
Okay.
Yeah, I really like the detailed button loops on the cuffs, actually, which are really period accurate. And also the surcoat, which is the garment she's wearing, is a really nice choice of fabric, which is actually quite accurate to the reference.
Andreas, what are you looking at?
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for me. It's a needle costume, but the optic is a very nice costume. The work, how much time it's in the costume to build the costume, it's very difficult for me to see it. But the optic, it's cool.
Okay. Well, I like this. It's a little bit more toned down because, as Kara had said, it's period costume.
Yeah, we're not going for the big armor here, but even still, I love how much energy she brings to this cosplay. Like, even just through all this presentation, like, you see this comparison shot here and there, and of course, in the video, she, like, found a sock in, like, the little pouch and just threw it out and looked so surprised. And I love how they had, like, that tiny break in character there. I think it was just, like, a fantastic touch and such a nice way to get started in this block. So, Mary, who do we have next?
Okay, up next is Lulu cosplay. She's from Hungary and she's cosplaying as Huntress from Monster Hunter World, and that's the Jan Garuga armor set. So these are always big and very detailed, the Monster Hunter sets. And we're gonna see what this looks like in real life. There we have it. That's one big weapon.
Oh my goodness, yes, and the coloring is so pretty. Like that's the set I would want my hunter to wear in Monster Hunter.
Okay, Baka, look at this. What do you think about the details?
Yeah, the details, of course, I'm in love with them because they're very organic, but still they have a very beautiful rhythm in them. And the change from lilac to black to gray, it's very smooth, very beautiful.
Okay. Karad, have you seen that weapon with the little eye and all those tiny things?
Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with the game at all, but yeah, I can actually see that those are supposed to be scales and pieces from a creature which he put together to build this armor, to scrap build it, basically, and that's definitely very convincing.
Mm-hmm. Andreas, what do you think about that weapon and all these scales and big pieces?
Yeah, I like the battle damage on the armor. It looks very real. But from the last cosplayer too, the pictures and the locations is so amazing. It's a very nice job from all cosplayers in the moment. I love it. It's absolutely amazing and nice job for all guys.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Miranda, you said you want your Huntress to look like that. So.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like the only thing that she's missing here is a palico. We just need a little good furry companion to sit alongside them. Also on this cosplay, I really do love the textures. Like, we got that fluffiness. As we've said before, we do like the fluffy cosplay.
Oh yeah.
And then mixed, of course, with that heavy armor. So it's just the perfect touches here and there, you know? And so, of course, we still have plenty more to check out. So, Myri, who do we have next in this block?
Okay, next finalist is Avera cosplay. And the cosplay we are going to see is from World of Warcraft, Ysera, but it's going to be a special version. This is from fan artist Zach Fisher, and he does a lot of cosplay stuff for people to base their costumes off. And we're going to see what she did. I like her photo, out of costume photo, where she's just partying. Yeah,
I remember parties.
Yeah, and she poured a lot of details into this one. We're going to see that, and the staff is not on the Zach Fisher thing, so she made that up all by herself.
Oh wow!
That's a great idea to take shots in the dark. So, Baka, what do you think about her?
I always see cosplayers in body paint, and I know there's always a problem with body paint, so I respect these people going into this challenge. And to have it beautiful at the same time, so you can cheat with gloves, for example, and the rest so much time every morning to transform into that.
Okay. Cut out. Look at those LEDs. What do you think?
Yeah, Yeah, especially the LEDs are very interesting because they are framed by some organic material which looks like roots of a plant. So the LEDs seem to be bioluminescent in a way on the costume, which is a nice design choice.
Mm-hmm. Andreas, looking at the technical aspects of this, the glowing parts and everything, what do you think?
The glowing parts, it's very cool. It's not too extreme, the light is perfect. It's a little bit dark, it's not too high, and the optic from the completely costume, it's very, the complete optic is cool. And yeah, the skin, oh my god. Every day on the costume, on the con, you make your skin in the color. Whoa.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be hard to keep that clean and really not have.
And to keep other people's clean as well.
The guys in the hotel love these costumes.
I also love on her staff. She has that nice little rose detailing. It's a very natural looking cosplay. I like it, and like a natural sense of like the earthiness and that armor just flows so well. So who do we have next, Myri?
Okay, up next is Piece of Cake cosplay. I love the name, from Italy, and the cosplay is going to be a Grey Warden from Dragon Age. I am a great Dragon Age fan, so I really love to see this in real life. And she looks so innocent, but you know she's gonna slay some monsters in this getup. And there we have it. This is really, I'm really not sure whether that is real metal. Do you have any idea, Miranda, looking at this?
Oh man, I mean, I'm fooled, but the way she's picking it up makes it seem like I can hear this cosplay. I love that I can hear what this sounds like. Just imagining how heavy it would be. I love how Battle for Maturity looks like. She's got like kind of that detailing on the face with the makeup of where she's like, I've been wrestling around in the dirt, we've been slaying some monsters and having a good time.
Okay, Baka, what do you think about this getup and about the symmetry of this?
The symmetry is perfect. I love the general shape. The silhouette is just perfect. It is an armor made from her and for her. I love this beautiful and framing armor. And it's very beautiful sewing. But I think Kara had some historical stuff about that. He can tell you more facts.
Well, I definitely think it's some thermoplastic or foam actually, which you use for the armor. That's my guess, at least. It's the surface which is really nicely treated. Might be graphite powder or rub and buff, which gets you this kind of effect even on plastic. And you can see that she actually has some expertise and understanding about how armor works, how the hip is placed, so she can actually move in it quite well. And also I really appreciate the dents she put into the armor surface. You often see cosplay armor being weathered with deep cuts, which is not actually accurate to how battle damage would look like. It would be more scratches and dents like she's doing here. I really like that. It's really convincing.
Okay, AJ, quickly, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm steelworker for 18 years and I think this is a real steel costume.
Okay.
No, it's plastic. It's unbelievable. Absolutely amazing job.
Great. Okay, Miranda.
Well, I mean, there you have it. I mean, they said it all. It's very impressive, and I love it's like piece of cake. It's like, you sure? Because you make it look like a piece of cake. It's so good. But with that, we have our 14th contestant. But now let's move on to our 15th. Myri, who do we have next?
Okay, our 15th contestant, finalist, and the last one for this batch is Hartigan Cosplay from Belgium. And we're gonna see a Death Knight from World of Warcraft. And there he is, chilling out in front of a castle.
As you do in Europe, I guess.
Well, we do have the site for great cosplay shoots, and there he is. Okay, there's things glowing, and I'm not really sure, is that actually like frost coming off his weapon?
Honestly, I have a hard time believing this is the same person. This is so fantastic.
Absolutely. Baka, what do you think about the materials and the choices he made?
Yeah, I think the choices about the materials are just right, because if you want to build something bulky and huge and still foam fitting because it's on the skin directly. Foam would be the right choice. I think he did that. And he still transformed them into very natural colors, very subtle, but still some details popping up. That is a very nice balance to hide that it's actually not leather.
And I'm always curious how people tackle the giant pauldrons and how Blizzard portrays the costumes. So, Karat, what do you think about the proportions?
The proportions are really top-notch. Yeah, it fits together well with all the edges coming together nicely, and it all seems like it has its place on the body, and nothing is out of place. Yeah.
Okay, Andreas, tell me about those LEDs and about that weapon. What do you think?
Yeah, the LEDs is a little bit difficult to see it. I think the guy have not LEDs in the eyes. I can see on the picture, not so good, but I think it's the character looks very dark and very big and very great. It's a little bit scary. It's a little bit scary to see it.
Absolutely. I didn't notice even the glowing eyes until you mentioned them, but that's gonna be really hard to move. You can't see anything, I guess. That's determination.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see it. I think he really rocks his cosplay. And we've had so much fantastic cosplay so far. We're only about halfway through our contestants, which is just fantastic. So we will be announcing the winners a little bit later. So stick around and we'll be right back.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back. Perhaps the biggest and most important part of any Gamescom is the news that comes out of it. That's new things, not old things, because we don't want old stuff. We want new news. So here to tell me all about the best new news of Gamescom are my favorite news enthusiasts, or newsies, or newsboys, or news folks, if you will, Jonathan and Seth. Hi, boys.
Hello, man.
So we are, hello, man. We are 4 days deep into what is the biggest video game convention of the year, Gamescom 2020. And I thought it felt a little bit light on news, but recapping things a little bit, I actually realized there's a ton of stuff that came out of it. So let's start with some of the biggest stories. We actually looked through IGN's metrics to see what some of the biggest stories are to come out of Gamescom so far. And one of the biggest ones was Dragon Age 4. It was talked about during the opening night live at Gamescom 2020. This was during Jeff Keighley's show, and we found out that executive producer Mark Dara and other developers at the studio were talking about and showing off new concept art from the game, in development game footage, and discussing the game's goals. This has been sort of synonymous with EA's approach over the last few years for game reveals, I would say, in that we don't necessarily get a full-on gameplay reveal. We get a bunch of talking heads and sort of like, documentary style footage of concept art and ideas of what a game will be someday, which some people love and some people don't, but this was either way immeasurably popular with our audience. What is your sort of take on where this game is going so far, guys?
For me, I'll jump in. I think it's one of those things where BioWare is in a really interesting spot right now because they're coming off of both Mass Effect Andromeda, which at launch wasn't the most well received. It did have a lot of updates post-launch that I think got it to a better place that fans wanted. But then, of course, they went to Anthem, which pretty infamously had a troubled launch, and it's going through a sort of Anthem 2.0 restructure right now. And they're being very good about being open about that process and putting up blog posts of like, here's the small tweaks we're considering, here's the big tweaks, here's all of that. And I think Dragon Age, it's another major BioWare franchise, and it's one of those things where they know they have to get this right. Like, this is a really, really big step for the studio, and they know they need to get this right, and they know they need to satisfy the core fandom. And I think the reason we see an update like this, where it's not really gameplay reveal, it's not like here's a release window, here's any of that stuff. I think we're seeing this because they want to keep reinforcing the idea of what they're working toward, even if it is in early stages, and they want to show fans, here's, the broad strokes of what we're looking at, and giving people concept art and larger elevator pitch ideas of what the game can be, I think is important for them to start reading the room as early as possible with what they're working on, so that one, they feel like they know what the fans want, but also can feel sure in the creative steps that they're taking.
Right. No, that's a really good way of putting it. I think it's sort of it humanizes the development process a bit. It shows you. I've always been like a big fan of this sort of like behind the scenes making of documentary stuff. And usually that's the kind of stuff I watch as supplemental content after a movie is out, or I'm reading a big art book based on Star Wars or something. But EA's approach recently has been to sort of lay the ingredients on the table before they start cooking, or maybe while they're cooking, but you don't really see the food come out of the oven for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you did that at a restaurant and then you went onto Twitter and saw what people were saying, like, I like that salami, and then you throw that salami out there. Just feeling things out.
We also got a first look at Fall Guys Season 2, which is medieval as hell. It's also much more far along. This game, I think I don't think anybody truly expected it to blow up to the level it did. I think we all knew it would be pretty popular because it's immeasurably fun and goofy and silly, and also incredibly frantic and occasionally just infuriatingly disappointing when you die and it's not fair and it's the game's fault and RNG and whatnot.
It's your fault.
It's your fault. It's always your fault. But yeah, let's talk about Fall Guys Season 2. As you can see right here, lots of new costumes, lots of new stages, and more chaos than ever before.
I can't wait for this. Sorry, Seth, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm really excited. I actually haven't had a chance to play Fall Guys, and I frantically went to download it because it's free on PS Plus this month. And then, like, as soon as I download it, they're like, "Oh, Season 2 is coming out," and it's got wizard hats and dragon wings, and it looks like the funnest thing. And I mean, the popularity is not a surprise, not only because it's like free, but because it's just like a fun game that you can just watch people streaming it, and it's hilarious. So yeah, I'm like, I cannot wait to dive into this.
Yeah, it was really clever to be free at launch on PlayStation Plus, and it's apparently now the most downloaded PlayStation Plus game ever, which I think speaks to how instantly, like you were saying, Seth, you can watch people and see how fun it is kind of instantly, but it's also huge on Steam. And so to see that they have like a really strong theme in mind for Season 2, I can't wait to see what they're doing for seasons to come. I play every night regardless of how poorly I do in a night. It's always such a blast. I'm excited to see what these new games add to the mix.
I think this is sort of really iconic of what a great game can be in 2020, where the base platform is tremendous and smart and engaging and something that like pretty much anyone can jump into. But you can also see the sort of exponential growth in creativity and costumes, added content, levels. Like this is basically endless in terms of what they can do here. And I love that a lot. It reminds me of like, honestly, some of the like vintage Monkey Ball levels that I used to play back in the day, like just sort of this fun, goofy chaos that you're also still end up screaming at your television for. Speaking of just incredibly fun, joyous, engaging, beautiful things that the whole family can gather around, Doom Eternal is getting some new DLC, and this time they're going to some pretty sweet places. I think they're going to check out Disneyland and Donald. No, just kidding. They're going to go to hell again and space, and things are going to blow up and light and burst into flames. This was revealed during Gamescom 2020's opening night live. Bethesda showcased the first gameplay of Doom Eternal's DLC expansion, The Ancient Gods Part 1. It's coming out October 20th. Promises more gameplay from the critically praised sequel, and you'll get to battle some intimidating opponents. What do you guys think?
More Doom, more Doom Eternal. It's hard to find fault with that. I love everything about Doom, the aesthetic, the gameplay, the rocking heavy metal just score. Like this is just give us more.
It's also
it comes 10 days before the spookiest day of the year.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that big beast.
All Saints Day. I think it's great timing too, especially to have, obviously it's part 1 of the DLC, but to have this coming pretty soon before the presumed launch of the next gen consoles, because Doom Eternal is going to have free updates, like free upgrades for those who have it now and then want to play on next gen. So to have this like ready to go, especially for people who maybe didn't jump on Doom earlier this year, it's going to be a great sort of package to have going into the end of the year.
Yeah, totally agree. Pivoting again entirely, sorry for the sort of news whiplash happening here today. Dogs are coming to Sea of Thieves, which is great because you can bring your dog on a boat and I presume get drunk in front of him and do all the other fun stuff that you can do around a dog, or maybe you shouldn't. But yeah, this is obviously a game that keeps growing and growing and growing. I can't believe how popular this game continues to be. Everybody likes dogs, right?
Yes.
Of course. Good. Glad we're all on the same
I own
page there.
one, so I would hope I like them.
I own 2. Not to put you on the spot.
Darn.
It's not a competition. You can go get as many dogs as you want. And finally, very, very quickly, we saw some more Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. It's confirmed as a launch window game. It is giving you the option of 2 resolutions modes, 4K at 30 FPS and 60 FPS at lower resolutions, which to me is, I believe, going to start setting the tone for the options we will have on next gen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and this to me is the game. It is, I would say, one of the most definitive next gen games we've seen so far. Absolutely. It is the game that I think has really sold us on what the PS5 can do. Yeah, we're excited for this one, right?
Oh, absolutely. Cannot wait for more Ratchet and Clank.
So yeah, that is a launch window game. We don't know exactly, it could be anywhere in the few months range of whenever the next gen consoles are actually coming out, which we still don't know. Thanks a lot, 2020. But that was some of the biggest news of this year's show. Here's a breaking announcement. I am thrilled to announce that it's now time to take a break. So stick around, hang out, stay tuned, or just please continue to watch in some form. That's all we ask. See you soon.
And now it is time to take a look at the latest trailer for cyberpunk horror game Observer System Redux.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me. To access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitored channel.
Adam. You're still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now can't be for nothing. But once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Hi again, and welcome back to the Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. We've got a bunch more finals to discuss, and once again, our expert judges are looking for best dressed, best armor, and of course, best overall cosplay. So let's get back to it. Myri, hello. Who do we have first?
Okay, this time around we're starting with Mikana cosplay from Germany. There we see her out of costume, a cat, and there's the character she's going to cosplay. Savannah's Windrunner from World of Warcraft, and there she is in the woods, looking very grim. What do you think of this Banshee Queen?
Yeah, she looks very mean, very, of course, in place in the woods, but I wish this is one of those times where I know we have to show all the detailing, but I wish you could see her at night just like stalking around, but you probably won't be able to see her because you'll probably only see like those purple bits because she's so sneaky and just so ready to take on the night.
Okay. Becca, what do you think about this dramatic lady?
Yeah, exactly. The transformation between what we saw first as a normal human being and then what she becomes. It's impressive.
Okay, cat art. Look at this.
I really like the shades of purple which are flowing into each other, have a nice transition to it, into the lights and the armor, but also the clothing. And if I see it right, the weathering is also done in different shades of purple instead of just using a black or something, so it gives the whole costume a bit more depth.
And life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Andreas is looking at this very intently. Okay. What are you concentrating on? What are you looking for?
I like the fingers. It's cool. You can move the weapon. It's emblem with the armor on the fingers. It's a nice construction, and the light in the weapon it's cool, and the light in the shoulder. Yes, it's cool. I like it.
Yeah, so this is, I think, I'm really excited that we do get this evening shot, because I think this is where this cosplay shines. Of course, just her running around, but that's like the natural element, right? Also, I love the cat in her before photo as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, people need more fluffy animals and companions. She's got one.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see, who do we have next?
Okay, next up, the next finalist is Luna Petronella. She's from Germany, and she's going to cosplay as Bayonetta from Bayonetta 2. So, the witch with the impossibly long legs, but looking at her, she's got the figure.
Yeah, that's, oh my goodness. Yeah, she has super long legs. This character was made for her.
She knows her poses. Oh my god. Look at those boots. Baka, what do you think about this outfit?
It is very harmonic. That's not an English word, isn't it? It's very well together. All the details are nicely rhythmed. I am inventing English, but you know what I mean. I like this. And the posing is very dramatic.
Okay, Carrot, what do you think about this?
Yeah, she's definitely in the role. She's wearing it with so much confidence that it's just a joy. And I like the repetition of the repeating parts of the guns on the shoes as well.
Oh yeah. I'm just amazed that you didn't do a backflip and shoot people in the face with those. Andreas, what do you think about this?
The shoes is perfect when you go on the airport. Oh my gosh, you have weapons on your feet. The rest, it's a nice girl. It's the perfect cosplay for this body.
Oh yeah, for this lady. Okay, yeah, I'm very impressed, I've got to say.
Yeah, I love the whole movement, of course, of the cosplay itself. I think she did such a fantastic job of portraying this, and we get to touch on this a little bit too, but I love when people really envelop the character that they're playing. Like you mentioned, her poses are so spot on. They absolutely are. I love how dramatic she is with everything. Perfect Bayonetta cosplayer.
Oh yeah, the side eye she gives.
Yes, that's the key part. So who do we have next?
Okay, next up is Kiwai from Germany, and we're gonna see another dragon aspect from World of Warcraft, and this time it's gonna be Alexstrasza, the queen. There she is with. Oh, that's quite.
That's a nice location.
Yeah. And also
Oh
nice
yes,
location.
the location. With drones, beautiful.
Yeah, so nice. Dang.
Oh,
Oh, and the context too. I love it when you get those contexts. They're so vibrant. Those are hard to find.
Baka, what do you think? Apart from how well this is shot, what do you think about this?
Yeah. I like the colors. They are very vibrant, but still not too flashy to make it too comical. Love the wearing and the rhythm between the shapes. That it's not too much and not. It's still very impressive. That this overall shape makes it very harmonic. I like this. Yes.
Yes.
I really enjoy the texturing on the pieces, like the different materials which he's trying to achieve, the horns, the armor pieces, the gold edging. That's a really nice attention to detail.
Oh yeah. What do you think about the construction, Andreas? With those big horns pulling that off is probably pretty hard.
Yeah, I think that it's wobbler and it's very heavy. But it's a perfect cosplay for the summer.
Would you wear it?
Do it.
Okay, never mind. Go.
Wear it.
I think he'd rock it. Absolutely.
I agree.
I totally agree. I love the gems that she has on here too. Like just the details.
Yeah.
Those little things that you really zoom in on are really fantastic and just give such a grand appearance to the whole thing. And of course, the way, as you mentioned, it's shot is just next level.
That's a really nice presentation. Absolutely.
Yeah, so Miley, who do we have next in this segment?
Yeah. Should we go on? We should. Okay. Next up is Kanyan cosplay, and she's from Slovenia, and she's going to portray an astrologian from Final Fantasy XIV. And that's it's one of the cutest outfits in the game.
Oh, this is so
it's moving.
wonderful. I feel like I have to say I'm surprised we haven't seen more Final Fantasy here, and this is such a great step forward for that. Oh my goodness.
It's sparkling, and look at her stuff, it's moving.
That's crazy.
I'm a bit speechless, so I'm handing this over to Baka. Say something, please.
Oh, okay, I'm trying my best, but it's quite easy actually. The prop is perfect. It's beautiful. I like the silhouette, this huge but still very graceful skirt, and the wig is very clean. And I love when wigs are clean and have a very beautiful transition, fading. How do you call that when colors have beautiful?
Kind of like an ombre. Yeah.
Ombre. Thank you. I'm French. I didn't get this name.
Okay, cut out.
Yeah, so
Looking at these sparkles,
what
do
we
you think?
can't directly see is the construction that must be underneath, which I would expect to be a crinoline, which is like a skirt made out of rings, starting thinner from the top and going wider the further it goes down. That's also a really complicated thing to build, and we can't see it here, so it's kind of humble that we only see the top of the huge construction.
Okay. Huge constructions, that's what Andreas is working on. But still, what do you think about the overall look of the cosplay? Regardless what's going on underneath.
The costume is bling bling. Looks a little bit 1 million diamonds on the costume. So hard this year. We make in the last 4 years in the charge of the cosplay contest on the Gamescom, and can't see the costumes in real life. It's so hard. I will see this prop what I have in the hand. It looks so nice and it's so cool, and we can see only pictures. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
I want to see it too. I want to touch it.
It's also going to be hard to follow up.
Yeah,
I should move on.
Yes, I totally agree. As much as I want to keep staring at that wonderful prop, we do have one more contestant to take a look at before we take a quick break.
Okay. Next up is Silverin Cosplay from Germany. And another Dragon aspect, and we're back to Sarah, but in a version as a Death Knight. And this again is a Zach Fisher artwork. And there we have her.
Oh my goodness, so striking.
Yes, she knows how to pose.
Oh yes. The fabric very much, how it's moving, and she's taking this into this acting. She is the character. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. What do you think about that weathering? She must.
Oh, I love that. Yes.
She must have gotten nuts on that.
Yeah, and so many years. Only this cape alone. I haven't seen it in detail, but there are at least 3 layers. It's beautiful.
Thanks, yeah. What do you think, Callard?
I like the blending of the lights in the shoulder pieces into the horns themselves. So it's not just cut and there's a light and there's more material, but it's like nicely blended with colors and the see-through bits basically.
It's a nice clean work. It looks cool. It's amazing. And with you see here, it's a little bit real leather. Looks cool. And the horns. And yeah, it's a perfect optic.
And also, that's a very nice shoot in the dark to show those LEDs.
Good choice.
The transformation from the character, it's so crazy. You see the girl, and then you see this very strong fighter.
Yeah, she's one of those who really embodies the character in cosplay, and the way she walks, the way she moves.
Puts the play into the cosplay.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a lot of that in this walk, and I'm
I
really
agree.
grateful to see everyone have fun with it. Like, obviously, I think cosplay is such a fun activity to get into, especially if
they
are into developing that character.
They have to translate the lack of stage presence, which we don't have here, unfortunately, in this case. But they're doing a great job at doing that.
I've really appreciated how we have had some of these cosplay featured in the dark, because I think there's some elements, obviously, if they have any sort of lighting, that it pops especially well in those darker settings. And that character also just belongs in the dark, right? Like, you wouldn't see her run around in the daylight as much. Like, you can, but I know if I saw her at night, that's just where it really shines. And so I love seeing that as well. Something you can't necessarily do at a show.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And yeah, usually people with all the LEDs, and then you really have to squint to see them shine on the stage and all the light. That's one of the good bits about just having their own pictures handed in. Although our judges are sometimes a little bit sad that they can't just tap and press and look at the things
when it's fluffy.
Until the touching on the costume, yeah.
Well, if it's just after you have the in there, then it's okay.
Oh, is it that way? Okay.
Don't touch me.
No, only if you get the permission, of course.
Yeah.
As you guys know, there's so much hard work that goes into this, and it's great to get to marvel at this, but this is only so much fantastic things we've seen so far, which means we have so much more to look at. We still have 10 more contestants, so we'll be announcing the winner later, so please stick around and we will be right back.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Hello and welcome back. Literally thousands of new games come out every year, and it can be hard to keep track of everything. And even if something's on your radar, maybe you're not giving it full attention, and maybe you saw something at Gamescom this year that made your ears perk up. So I ask you, my dear panel, what games caught your attention at Gamescom this year? Miranda?
Hi, hello, yes. So I am not a real-time strategy person at all. I remember watching my dad play them when I was young on PC, and I was like, oh, that looks cool. They're like little toys. And then I saw the trailer for Iron Harvest, and I said, excuse me? Do I like real-time strategy? It's kind of funny because the website said the RTS fans actually won. I'm like, I'm not a fan, but now I want this. So what I really liked about this was like just the aesthetics of it. Like they've obviously built up this very, very cool world. And this was a Kickstarter game. And I am so glad to everybody who Kickstarted this because I cannot wait to play this. This comes out tomorrow. So the whole idea here is that it is a diesel punk theme. So we have these diesel punk mechs. And this is set after the end of the Great War in an alternate reality of like the 1920s. And so you have these three factions you're supposed to play as, and as you can see, they are just having a good time fighting with these very cute mechs. Like, I know they probably don't intend them to be cute, but I think they are just adorable. I love the mech design here. They're just so awkward and chunky, and like that's really appealing, but they're also very powerful. And also know one of the factions has a bear that can fight alongside you, and I am
that's a clear winner. Yeah,
I'm all about that life. So I think finding something that is just see, there it is.
It's carrying stuff for him. That's great.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm right there with you on this. I'm typically not really an RTS person either, but this looks like it's doing just enough interesting, weird stuff that I might just have to give it a shot. And also, like, I don't know, I haven't played an RTS since 7th grade, so like, I imagine they've come a long way since then, and who knows, maybe I'll get hooked. But yeah, I love these little chunky robots. They're very cool.
It's a real fun game. I played it at PAX East. You can destroy buildings just by walking into them. So there you go.
Wow.
Yep.
What a
That's how it
dream.
should be. What else did you see, Miranda?
So also another game that really caught my eye was The Wild at Heart. So I had seen this tease like briefly, like screenshots from it, but I hadn't actually watched a ton of gameplay from it. And I just love, again, the aesthetic of this. I think it has like that really adorable storybook look to it, but it's not necessarily like super pleasant. There's like kind of a creepiness to it that I like. So it's supposed to be set in a mysterious hidden realm. It's about these two kids who are fleeing hardship. And so I really love stories that kind of get into the imagination of children and help them, I guess, like process difficulties through imagination. I also love that there's sort of a Pikmin element to this. As you can see, these little guys falling and are just getting tossed around and collecting cans, and I love that. So I think this is going to be really cool. And unfortunately, the release date is TBD. So hopefully that TBD is sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I'm with you on the picture book thing. Like, I don't know. I always loved a lot of picture books growing up, and I think a lot of indie games managed to sort of recapture that feeling of just like cool illustration and that feeling of kind of like falling into a little world. Now, Seth, you have been just raving about Flight Simulator, and it seems
That's
like
because it's great. Yeah,
it seems like some other vehicular simulators have gotten your attention this year.
that is correct. Dirt 5 is a game where you drive real fast cars in real dirty places, but they have this cool track building system now where you can make the jumps and the looped of the loops right there. You can see that. It just looks like super fun. I didn't even notice that bowling thing until just now.
That looks like a Nickelodeon game show for cars. I mean,
it really does. I mean, I love the aesthetic of it. It just looks like very fun, and they don't even really touch on like the gameplay aspect of the Dirt series at all in this like trailer that they show. But that's fine because I'm so excited now to make these crazy, like you said, Nickelodeon game show. You know, I'm gonna make the Sunday Slide, but for a car with 800 horsepower.
Now, will I understand the story if I haven't played the first 4 Dirt games? Is there a lot of Dirt lore to catch up on?
You're gonna want to catch up on all of that.
Now, what about World Rally Championships? Is that right?
That is, that is also a rally car racing game. I am very one-dimensional. I like video games where you drive around or fly around in vehicles. This one is, I love rally car racing. I wish it were bigger in the States. It's impossible to like find it on any of the networks. And it's, you race crazy dirt roads at like 100 miles an hour in a tiny car. Like that little car right there, 350 horsepower. And it's, you can fit it in your pocket at the end of the race and walk home with it. So yeah, I just love racing video games, and I'm very excited for more of them.
Seth, how far out are we from you building one of those cool racing chairs?
I think about it every time I play a simulation video game. I'm pricing them out right now.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, obviously, I love Lego stuff. I love Star Wars stuff. Always have. Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga is a game that a lot of people are really excited about. I believe that was the trailer for that from E3 last year. Was I think the highest performing video period on YouTube for us, which is crazy.
Oh wow!
I've been on like random live streams where people just pop into the chat and they're like, "Hey, when are you talking about Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga?" And I'm like, I don't know, when they give us more news. And we got this awesome new trailer that really just kind of showed off so much of what's going on. Obviously, there's so much of that sort of trademark TT games, like Lego sense of humor. God, the last one of these I played was The Force Awakens, which was good. And I sort of assumed that we were going to get, like subsequent Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, but we didn't. And so now we're getting a full game that encapsulates
them all
9 movies, and I'm super into it. I kind of rolled into this last console generation. Look at that. Yeah, it's great. No, they're so silly. I've totally fell in love with what was it? Lego Marvel Superheroes, which was that was basically like a last gen game that they launched on PS4. And it was like that period when new consoles had just come out, and I was like kind of just, well, I guess I'll play this. And I totally got really into it. And I could completely see the same thing happening this time around, where I don't think we know exactly when this is. Maybe we have a release date. I'm not even sure. It's pretty soon. It's not this fall. Yeah, it's gonna be a minute, but like look at that Rancor. It looks so good.
This looks so good. I love Lego games. The humor is just so spot on. And
It
I
really
love
is.
how it's like, okay, we're going to be pretty authentic to the story here, but what if we just made it really silly and in a really delightful way too?
Completely. Yeah, and it's like I think it's easy to write these off because you're like, oh, it's just Lego bricks. Like how good look, they got Yaddle and Phantoms.
oh my God.
Oh, Slave 1, you're gonna fight Slave 1. Hell yeah. That didn't happen in the movie, but I want it. Battle of Geonosis, good lord. It like I don't know. I feel like they just do little like very gradual tweaks to the presentation of these, and it's so easy to just sort of like zone out for a second and then look back and be like, that is some really good looking plastic bricks there. Like they really are. Look at the God, it's so silly. And then on a completely different note, Mafia Definitive Edition is I never played the Mafia series, never really got into it, but like the new one looks so gorgeous. And we've seen I think we saw a cinematic trailer, some screenshots, and I was like, that looks okay. And then we're finally at the point where they're showing off like good chunks of gameplay, and I'm like, this looks beautiful. I am down to like get lost in a big old open world and mess around here. Did either of you play the Mafia series?
No, even though I have Mafia 3 on my computer, it's in my backlog.
I gotcha. No, I started Mafia 3 and it just didn't grab me. Like it was I don't know, but this looks I'm interested in this one too.
Yeah, I haven't played it. I feel like this would be good because people speak so highly of it. It'd be nice to have just like that information as to why people like it so much. Also, if I do play this, I will play it with a nice old fashioned, which I have learned how to make in quarantine.
That's a good Mafia drink. Nice.
Yeah. So I was like, oh yes, look at me being so cool.
Very fancy. No, one thing I love is that there's this infamous racing level apparently where you've got to get in these like these funny old fashioned cars, and apparently it's just like famously difficult, and the developers were like, yeah, we know it's like a rite of passage, so like you can bump the difficulty down, but believe me, it's still going to be hard as hell if you know the original. So anyway, yeah, video games are awesome, but if we could talk to you about the real world for just a moment, the Gamescom Forest is this year's sustainability project. Gamescom has partnered with the reforestation experts at Treemer to rebuild a climate-resilient mixed forest of at least 10,000 square meters near the German town of Bayreuth. Gamers worldwide can donate to plant more trees at treemer.net/gamescom-forest.html. So let's plant a Gamescom forest together, and also let's take a short break. Gamescom will continue right after this.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my God!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
And we're back! If you're just joining us, we've been taking a look at the finalists for this year's Gamescom cosplay competition powered by HydroForge. And this is all gearing up for the awards ceremony where we announce the winners for Best Dress, Best Armor, and Best Overall Costume. That's all coming up later tonight, but for now, let's go ahead and take a look at more of our finalists. Myri, who do we have first?
Okay, let's jump right in. And first up is Madame Bella Cosplays, and she's from Great Britain, and she's cosplaying as Edward Scissorhands from, you guessed it, Edward Scissorhands. And I guess that on the left is not a picture of her in her normal clothes. We don't.
Just dress for the job you want, right?
Well, still one of my big Tim Burton favorites, and yeah. How do you feel looking at this, apart from it being dangerous for everyone around Miranda?
Intimidated, but also in love a little bit, you know? And there's something charming about it. Of course, if you've seen Edward Scissorhands, you know exactly that mood.
Becca, what do you think?
The first thing that I noticed is the makeup, where it looks so different from how she looks normally. So the eyes dropping, because this is my job, actually transforming people. So this is very beautiful, and also that I think it's real, or it's pleather to make it this shiny-ish look. And no, this is beautiful. Yes.
What do you think about the job on the whole outfit?
Yeah, I think she didn't spare any efforts on the hand stitching as well on the costume, which kind of drops into the background because we all look at the scissor hands, but the costume itself is actually made out of multiple pieces sewn into one suit, and also added with those detailed stitches on top.
Andreas, what do you think about those hands, about those props?
Yeah, I like the hand. It's amazing. It looks real. It looks really real, but in this costume, it's a grumpy costume. It's grumpy every time, non-stop grumpy. But the hand, it's very cool, and the rest of the costume, it's I think it's real leather or not real leather, I don't know, but it looks the real one from the movie.
Would you get a haircut from her, Miranda?
You know, yeah, I think I would. I think I would try. I will let it happen. I also just love like that constant distressed expression in all of these photos. So fantastic. I'll say that we had quite a sharp start. I'm sorry. Myri, please take us to the next costume.
I see what you did there. Let's move on, right? Okay, next finalist, that's actually two people. We're looking at a duo next up, and it's a Lifetime cosplay from Germany, and they're both cosplaying Daedric armor sets from The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. So there they are, looking normal and friendly, and then we see the Daedric armor, so of course, like, you have to slay a lot of Daedric creatures to get the stuff for them.
Yes, how intimidating and wonderful. Oh my goodness, like there's just so much power in this little video here. I am taken aback by seeing not one set of armor, but two. Oh, so cute.
Yeah, that's kind of cute, yeah.
Okay, Becca, what do you think about those two?
I totally love the silhouettes. We have these helmets, then it gets in to be very narrow and fine actually, and then goes out into these very aggressive shoulders and gets in again. So I like this contrast between light and dark and spiky and narrow. This is very cool. Yeah.
It almost seems like a beast by itself, the blend between armor and actually organic formed pieces, like the crest on the back. I think that's thanks to the design, but that's really well executed as well.
Okay.
It's a nice transformation. Okay, you see the face is too in a nice color. And yeah, it's cool. And yeah, the helmets looks very bad, and the rest of the armor, it's
badass.
Yeah, it looks
Badass.
looks very badass. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I really like that they're kind of in these giant armor standing right in front of a field, and there's cars going by.
You don't want to come to this field. It's not for you.
So people are like, what?
They could probably be glad that no one asked the police to show or
Yes, absolutely. It's maybe a menacing scene. It's like, oh well, we just have a photo shoot. Don't worry about it, you know. What a great pair. But what do we have next, Myri?
Up next is Lychee from Germany, and she's going to cosplay Mercy from Overwatch, but not just any version. As we can see here, it's going to be the Winged Victory, the Summer Games skin.
Oh wow, how lovely!
For a second, I thought it was still from the game. Honestly.
Yeah, I feel like we're going just like from one extreme to the other. We had some vicious pair before, and now we have a very nice and helpful Mercy here.
Okay, Baka, tell me something about this wig.
Oh, the wig is beautiful. It's very fitting. It's very voluminous, but still accurate or authentic. And I love this when you have some kind of character that is comical, or not comical, comic-ish. You know, the very abstract, but still it's on a real person. So you have to find the very perfect balance between those two. Nice stuff.
Okay. Karen, what do you think about the dress and about the draping?
Yeah, the dress is a very nice cut. It looks really light, but still rigid enough. What I really like are also the wings that apparently, even though the feathers are all made out of foam, they still move separately from each other, which gives it more of a living vibe, I guess.
Feathery. It's beautiful.
Okay, Andreas, what do you think about those wings?
Yeah, the wings looks very cool. It's not so massive, and the construction on the chest from the girl, you can see it. It's very, very cool. The shoes looks very nice. It's a perfect style from the costume. It looks really, really real.
Well, she reminds me that I never managed to get that skin for Mercy, although it's my main character. I need to try again.
What a fun reminder, though. I love just like such a dainty cosplay. It's very elegant too, and such a nice. I think not necessarily a break from everything we see. We've seen a lot of like dark and like intense ones, so something a little bit different to shake things up is really fun too. I know we have a pretty exciting one next too, huh, Myri?
Okay, up next is Alien Cosplay from Germany, and she's going as one of my all-time favorite characters. That's Suki from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Oh, and she's got a kitty. Yeah, well,
A+ presentation already.
They know how to push our buttons.
Yeah, and that's not the character as she appears in the show. That's Hannah Alexander artwork. So the version where she's more like Art Nouveau style. What do you think about this look, Baka?
Well, I like this look because a tiny bit of Hannah Alexander is in this one that I wear right now. And I can understand she got inspired by this Art Nouveau with this beautiful but still very strong and detailed sign. And I think the overall costume looks so good. And I think it works very well together, and the sleeves also are quite translucent, but still connecting the pieces together. It's very beautiful. It is, yeah.
What do you think about the armor and the details on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The gauze sleeves are connecting them well, and they're balancing the entire costume with like an aura almost. Going through the see-through fabric. Also, the headpiece I like very much how it frames the face.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts, Andreas?
It's a very female costume and makes a very good job. And it looks not so. Yeah, it's difficult to say it for me. It's a nice. It's a nice optic.
Yeah, it's dainty and it's pretty. I would have liked to see her beat someone up for a stupid comment. But
Yes, absolutely. That's what I think. Also, one of my favorite characters. I love the Kyoshi Warriors. I think Avatar's had a nice little resurgence lately, and so it's so delightful to see someone take a more creative take on what they could look like, but still keeping, of course, Suki very fierce. We have those nice armored fits as well. All right, so we have one more to look out for just a few minutes. So, who do we have next, Myri?
Okay, up next is Turkaba cosplay from the Netherlands, and he's decided on a character that he shares not completely the beard style with, but he's going there, and that's Sir Walter Beck of Albion from Fable 2 and 3. And
oh, this is so delightful.
It's a nice presentation. Cute.
Yeah. When you have a real barrel, you have every time friends on the convention.
True. But I love his little barrel prop. That's really cute for the character.
Yeah, I agree.
I think this guy loved this character. You
this is what I
can see
was
it. The
saying.
guy loved this character.
Yeah, he's living it, and this is what makes cosplay. There's so much love behind it, not only on details like the embroideries he had, some weathering, many nice choices of fabric, but this acting and this passion behind that and having fun, because this is why we're here.
What do you think about his nice little culotte and the whole outfit?
Yeah, especially I like the Tunkhosen, how we would say it. It's a Renaissance style cut fashion, which you can see they used to cut the upper fabric of trousers, and then underneath you can see the undergarment, and that was established during that time, and I like the execution of that very much.
And we also get to learn a lot about costume history. What do you think, Andreas?
Yeah, I have fun in this costume. You see it from the feet to the head. It's fun, and I like it. I love this guy. It's absolutely amazing. I will drink with this guy one glass of this barrel.
He looks like he would absolutely hand you his mark and just party with you, this character.
Yes. Yeah. He just has obviously such an affinity for this character. That's what you really love to see. We've seen a few other cosplayers come forth with that, and their energy here is just so palpable. Even in photos, you can just see how they're just having the time of their life here.
And I also like the whole range that we've seen from the very dainty costumes and big armor, and he probably looked at this game and said, "Hey, I look a little bit like this character. Let's do this." It's just great what he came up with to do that.
Yes, absolutely, and that is such a fantastic bit, but we also have 5 more contestants to look at, so it feels like we've gone through a lot, but we are not quite done yet. So don't forget to visit gamescom.global.com to see all the newest from Gamescom, and Gamescom continues right after this, and we will be back in just a moment.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Oh, hello, friends. Welcome back to Gamescom Studio, day 4, the final day of Gamescom. Even with the deluge of news, gameplay, trailers, and reveals that we saw at Gamescom, you know, there's bound to be a lot of us that were hoping and expecting to see some news that we just straight up didn't get. Here to tell me more about that are Miranda Sanchez and Jonathan Dornbush. Hey, friends.
Hello.
Hi. So this, I don't want this to be like a bummer of a segment because this is about stuff we didn't get, not stuff we did get, but I'm going to set the tone with the incredibly obvious thing that we didn't get at Gamescom, the last big convention before this fall. Next-gen console prices and release dates. Where are you? Nothing. Just nothing. Just days and days of nothing. So I'm really bummed about this. How do you guys feel?
Similarly, because I think we're getting to the point where it's like, I want to know how much I need to save. I need to know where we're budgeting. I need to know, like, what are my priorities? And I feel like there's still information that we're missing. Like, I really want to get a bigger deep dive in, like, the new features of everything. Obviously, we know about ray tracing and the power and load times, but it's like, is there anything else you guys aren't telling us? Like, we're still waiting on Xbox to tell us anything about their other model, the rumored Lockhart.
Right.
The Series S, as we've seen it, potentially leaked. But, you know, and then of course up here we have the PlayStation 5. We have those two models. How much are those in different price? Who can say?
Yeah, it's it feels like this giant game of chicken, and honestly, like I'm incredibly sympathetic to what is happening this year all over the world, and obviously, you know, it's throwing a lot of company plans out the windows and awry, and you know, yes, we're all sympathetic to that for sure, but it does feel like us as the consumers, the audience, the fans are kind of being punished in this game of chicken between two gigantic companies who have yet to reveal anything because they're just going like, are you going to do it? Am I going to do it? Are you going to do it? Am I going to do it? And we are now just a few weeks away, you know, just a few weeks away from November, basically. September is just around the corner. And I know nothing. You guys know nothing. We are suddenly going to be expected to thrust hundreds of dollars out of our bank accounts towards wherever we can actually buy these things, because from what we found out over the weekend was, you know, PlayStation basically put up this cryptic website saying, hey, if you put in your PSN ID and we like you and we deem you a big enough PlayStation fan, maybe you'll become one of the chosen ones and you'll get your pick at one of these systems. We don't actually really know. We don't know a ton about the launch lineups. We haven't really seen a lot of gameplay from any of the major system sellers that are supposed to be accompanying these launches. We haven't held the controllers, just nothing.
But Brian, how do you really feel about it? Yeah, it is so strange. You know, we Brian, you and I are on a PlayStation show every week. Miranda, you're on an Xbox show every week, and on our side we had a show at the beginning of August that was like, are we finally going to learn out all these details? And now August is over, and no, we didn't find out these details. And it is so strange to know I've put in my PSN ID to a website where I might get a chance to buy a PS5, and if I don't get that chance, I just won't know until other people buy it. And it's like, it is this, as you were saying, this year is such a strange year, and there are so many circumstances beyond our recognition that are going into a worldwide distribution and launch with all these different companies involved. But it is, you know, at a time where people really do need to think about how they're spending their money and where they're putting all of that. It is really important to know as early as possible how many hundreds of dollars I may need to be spending this holiday season, if at all, and if that launch lineup is worth it to each consumer, if I should wait until next year. You know, all of these questions are still going unanswered, and we are, as you were saying, weeks away from when we're likely going to be able to have these consoles maybe in our homes. And that it is such a strange place to be in, because by this time at the last console generation we knew, and it's a little bit different from the Switch, which launched in March of 2017, and we found out everything about it in January, and that was a quick turnaround, but that was the only console to have to worry about at that time. That was the only thing that you really had to worry about making that purchase with. This is an entirely different ballgame. It is two of the three major console holders going head to head, and it would just be nice to know a little bit about why they deserve our purchase dollars.
Yeah, no, totally well said. I feel like we've been comparing and we've had compared to us the console life cycles in the modern age as sort of being like phones, and that they aren't these big sweeping generational leaps, but rather incremental things. And comparing them to phones, Apple doesn't go, hey, put in your Apple ID, and if you downloaded the most apps over the last 10 years, maybe we'll give you a chance of like winning a pre-order option through, like, you know, they tell you this is when the phone's out, this is how much it costs, these are the different models, and we still don't know. Yeah, Miranda, I know you're on Podcast Unlocked talking about Xbox stuff every week. This has to be just as frustrating for your team over there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And so one of our theories is that we were thinking also that we were going to get an event in August. That was part of the plan, but we think with that big Halo delay that they probably just had to scrap whatever presentation they had, which I can't imagine how much time had to go into that. I mean, producing even just like Gamescom here, like it's so much time and effort. And so if you were leaning on Halo being such a leading part of that showcase, then all of a sudden you've got to reformat everything. You got to redo whatever scripts you have. You got to redo all the assets. And so I'm sure that's kind of part of the reason that we're waiting on that even longer. Or that's at least my assumption. And I think it's a reasonable assumption because, you know, Halo was supposed to be the big thing with Series X at launch. And now if they're going to have to refocus on like, what is the most important thing to showcase here for next gen? And hopefully whenever we do get that update, they have maybe some sort of timeline. I actually don't think they'll have that figured out yet of like the timeline for when we will get the next Halo. So I think I'm hoping early 2021, which was, if we want to get weird with it, it could still technically be launch window, but you know, that's kind of stretching it a little bit, I think. But we'll see.
Yeah, launch window could really mean anything at this day and age, right? I will say too, I think one of the big sort of pivotal things that I think Xbox can be leaning on right now is the declarative statement of going, our games look best here, but we have no visual proof of that either. And so everyone is sort of just shooting in the wind right now. And I will say, Nintendo, I love you all. You're not in the clear either because we don't really know what we're playing on Switch this fall. Nintendo has been, I would say, weirdly silent this year as well. And again, this is a big company that is now pivoting to a work from home scenario. This is obviously not something anyone anticipated this year. For this fall, recently we got Paper Mario. We are getting the Pikmin 3 sort of deluxe edition port, but in terms of big first party stuff, we don't have any information. We got a direct mini the other day as a surprise. It was mostly just smaller games, which is nice. They pad out the space between the big AAA stuff that Nintendo's working on their first party studios. But what are you guys expecting from Nintendo this fall, if anything?
Go ahead, Miranda.
Okay, real quick. So I was actually expecting maybe another Pokemon Let's Go. There were kind of implications that there could be a Gold and Silver remake in that style. And I was really hoping that would be something that we would get this fall, but I don't really see that happening considering they haven't announced anything at all. Like we didn't even really have like a full-on E3 presentation for them. So they're just kind of floating in the wind.
Jonathan?
Yeah, I definitely think, obviously COVID has impacted them to a certain extent. We are seeing these strange first party announcements of Paper Mario was announced and then it was out a month later. Pikmin was announced and it's out 3 months later. It's a weird back and forth that I don't really understand. But the thing is, as much as we're looking for more Nintendo news, they're doing okay. Like Animal Crossing sold so well and continues to. The Switch is selling so well during all of this. Like on a monetary standpoint, at least like to the general public, they're doing all right and don't need to be putting out a ton of games. And if they are, having development issues adjusting to work from home, it's okay if they need to take more of their time because Animal Crossing really has been their year.
Yeah, no, you're right. And obviously the big elephant in the room also is Breath of the Wild 2. We saw that a while ago. We haven't seen it in a while. That would be an awesome thing to go up against head to head with next gen, but still, as of this moment in time, no word. Yeah, right?
If that came out this fall, I would lose my mind. Like between that and Cyberpunk, I can't do it.
Exactly. Well, thank you, friends. It certainly does suck to not get news. If you'd like to stay up to date on the Gamescom, you can check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom official Twitch at twitch.tv/Gamescom. Gamescom or on YouTube at My Gamescom. You can also join the conversation via Twitter and Instagram at Gamescom or by using the hashtag Gamescom2020. And finally, on TikTok, be sure to follow at Gamescom.global and use the hashtag Heart of Gaming to stay in touch. That is a lot of homework, but you know, there's nothing else going on. There's no new news, no new consoles, no new Zelda, so do all that stuff. Coming up next, more Gamescom awards and later the Gamescom Best of Show. We'll be right back right after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition, powered by Hydroforge. We've got lots more incredible cosplay finals to sort through. Once again, our expert judges are looking for best dress, best armor, and best overall costume. So we are at our final finalists, and we are ready about to get started on our final group. Judges, let's take it away. Myri, who do we have first?
Hey, let's dive right in. Number 1 of our last batch of 5 is Kurichan Cosplay from Italy, and she's going to cosplay as the Sugar Plum Fairy from the movie The Nutcracker and the Four Realms.
Oh, we get some theatrics here. This is exciting.
Oh, we get to see how she actually puts it on. So this time we know that there's a crinoline underneath.
Definitely.
And how it works. Oh, I need those shoes.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's such a wonderful twirl. Oh my goodness. I'm feeling in the holiday spirit suddenly.
Okay, Baka, now that we've actually seen every bit of this costume, even getting her to see her putting it on, what do you think? Especially about this spun sugar wig?
Yeah, it's... Oh, yeah. Yeah, the wig. I like when the wig is big, but still has some harmony in it. It's not just blob, but it has some movement and color, and it frames the head very well, and this is very, very cool. And it fits perfectly the silhouette, the overall silhouette. I love how the swirl goes up like a cream.
Oh yeah, I really, yeah, like she's doing in the picture. I really need some spun sugar right now. Okay, Kadar, what do you think about the whole dress and the construction?
I love the presentation a lot, like as you said, seeing how she's putting it on piece by piece, and then the photos are amazing as well. But in regards of the costume, all the ruffled details, which actually look like a coral reef in the end, or maybe, yeah, it's a lot of work, definitely, and it's very nice and beautiful.
Okay, what are your thoughts, Andreas? For
Yeah,
this showpiece?
The movie is very nice. It's the presentation. It's very authentic. To bring in the costume, the character. It's nice. I love it.
Okay, I'm really amazed, and that was such a good idea of her to do this little skit with putting that on, so we see all the work she put in there.
It is very much a fairy-like nature to do the full transformation. I just love like that shot where she's like sees her dress, and just the whole thing is just such a delight to watch. And of course, their cosplay itself is just fantastic. So, who is next on our list?
Up next is Samui-san from Brazil, and the cosplay is Bonivatsa from Final Fantasy XIII. So we're going to see some big boss here. And
oh wow!
Oh,
Yes. Two
That-
faces.
that is huge.
Oh my goodness! It's like let me just. I think we all just have to like take this in for a second. Like, wow, there is so much to this.
Baka, have you seen something like this before?
Now I have. It's very fun because we see just so much of his torso, so the scale is, or the proportions are larger, and because we're so used to this vertical silhouette, and then with the fabric the legs vanished, and we have the feeling to have so much more than just this shape. And of course the details are very, very clean and beautiful. Two faces, better than one.
Conrad, what do you think about this two-faced monster?
Definitely very impressive. I wonder if he's sitting down because the ceiling is too low. But yeah, as far as we understand, all the pieces, the wings are all handmade actually, and they're all very symmetrical and incredibly impressive. Yeah.
Wow. What do you think about this build and the instrument that he actually also built as with the lights as strings?
Kind of hard.
Andreas?
Yes, it's. I think the he plays on the thunder, and yeah, the under construction. It's very interesting. You must bring it's very stable construction for the 8 wings on the chest. I think this costume. It's very, very heavy, and with this big monster head. Oh my god, I think this guy feeling the neck on the evening after the convention.
Okay.
Good, who doesn't?
Yeah, I cannot imagine how much time that would have taken to put together. What a fantastic costume. And we only have a few more left.
Next we have Caio CDK, also from Brazil, and he's cosplaying as the Iron Man Mark 85 armor from Avengers Endgame. And here we have the cosplay. That's a lot of LEDs.
Yeah, wow. This is quite intense.
Okay. Baka, look at this. What do you think? What is this even made of?
I don't know, because I'm more a crafter and a MacGyver, and I mean it could be a 3D print because the proportions are perfect. So in 3D you can easily already build everything and then you translate it into real life. But then you still have a lot of sanding work to do, and it's interesting also to see, not just to see an Iron Man, but to see the Endgame Iron Man with all the missiles coming out, and it's even more badass as if it was wings.
Oh yeah, and I think he actually he has a spoiler on his hand. What do you think?
He does.
Nobody left.
That's right. I actually haven't seen the
What's
movie.
the weathering?
So, well.
No!
Okay, so then not having seen it in action, what do you think about his reaction?
Well, I was spoiled anyway. Yeah, I think the finish on the printed pieces are very impressive. The glossy finish, how smooth it is, and how well it all fits together. Because you basically can't see a gap between the armor pieces, and still they work together, so he can move in it. That's a lot of work going into that to make that work.
So, Andreas, what do you think about the technical aspects of this armor,
Yeah.
the LEDs and special effects?
The electronic in the costume, it's very extreme, and it's not so easy to bring this electronic in the small head. this the biggest problem from the costume, to bring the electric inside in the costume. The optic, it's very clean. I work too with a 3D printer, and it's very hard to make the optic from the material in a clean optic. You have the same style from a car painting. You have the shining on the chest or on all parts from the costume. There's many hours to make this optical, and wow.
Yeah, hot rod red.
Yeah.
You know that one.
Yeah, my first costume was Iron Man. I love Iron Man.
I gotta say, like, my jaw dropped seeing this. Like, as soon as the robotics started kicking in, it's like you have those lights pulsing, you have the actual helmet come up with the button press. Like, that is so much in there.
Our next finalist is Urza Cosplay from Germany, and she's cosplaying as an Aztec warrior. And she has horror vacui issues, so she's afraid of having any surface not covered in details, I think.
Oh
Look at that. So, Baka, look at that. What do you think?
Everything
Can
is
you even
hand
pick out a
sculpted.
detail?
Oh well, the whole costume is one big detail. It is impressive. Everything is handmade, hand sculpted, and also I like that there's a change of texture when you go onto the fabric parts where it has been painted and stitched on top of the paint. So there's the same rhythm in shape, but not in texture. This is just gorgeous.
Yeah, I also see the
about it?
mixture between European culture and Aztec culture, in the sense that she's wearing this corset and also has this very believable Aztec weapon, the Macahuiti, I think. I probably totally butchered that one, but that all blends together very well. And yeah, I mean, it's walking details basically.
Okay, Andreas, can you
I
even
think-
pick something out?
I think you can look the costume 1 hour and you find new details and new details and new details non-stop. From a little bit of distance, the costume have a little bit of style from a puzzle. The colors, it's absolutely crazy, and so many time it's the paint job, it's very long. I think so.
Okay. Well, I love her headdress. I need that somewhere in my costuming stuff. So, Miranda, what do you think?
It was just so fantastic. Our judges put it best to say, just layers and layers of details. Like, it's very immaculate. And I love this final photo that we had of her in the woods. It just had like this really great natural look to it. Okay, so now that was our actual penultimate cosplay. So let's see our final finalist for real this time. Who do we have, Mary?
Final finalist is a very nice pick because we're going full circle. This is Right Beat Cosplay from Russia, and she's cosplaying as Maria Thorpe from the 2016 Assassin's Creed film. So we're back.
Oh, I love that. We have come full circle. It's such a nice way to touch on this. And again, a fantastic assassin.
Yes, and I think this is the same place that the other Assassin's Creed costume was shot. Okay, look at
The
the
details.
weapons and details, Baka. What do you think?
It's incredible. I mean, everywhere you look, there's something happening. It's painted or stitched, or there are pearls on it. You have embroidery, you have sculpture on the weapon, on the fabric. Everywhere there's something to look at, but everything in different material and technique, and this makes it so believable, very authentic.
Okay, Gerard.
Yeah, it's
We're
almost
back.
as if she had stitched entire pictures on, or reliefs on her costume, on the hood, on the shoulders, and also the fabric seems to be printed, as far as I can tell. And yeah, the props, as you said, the Qatar, which is the star you can see there, is also engraved. And I don't know, every section, every little centimeter has screaming details again.
You talked about the patching, which was, I know nothing about sewing, but it must be very difficult
Yeah,
to do.
it is. It is. It's also different kinds of tailoring. We got this bodysuit. We also have the vem braces, which also require pattern work, but also she's
Okay.
wearing a corset.
The detail is extreme.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's an art of itself to make corsets. So
This costume is self-made. It's not from a Hollywood company. This is crazy.
That's definitely not the case.
At home, in the living room.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so we've just got one fantastic piece of art after another. That was our final cosplay finalists. We've seen so many incredible costumes, so it's definitely going to be hard for our judges to choose their winner. So best of luck to you guys. It's going to be tough. But stick with us. We will be right back with our cosplay.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex. And take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Hello and welcome back to the Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition powered by Hydroforge. I'm Miranda Sanchez here with Mari Stritter. Hello.
Hi, and we're nearly there.
Yeah, Myra, we've seen so many great cosplay. Thousands of cosplayers from all over the world submitted entries to this year's competition, and from the 30 finalists we checked out over the last few hours, we've managed to pick 5 winners. Somehow, our judges are amazing. We're joined once again by our panel of judges, Baka Cosplay, Kadar Cosplay, and Andres Bauer of AJ Designs. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around. You had such a hard job.
Yes.
So
it is helpful to choose just one.
Or choose for anything.
Yes. So the categories we had were Best Armor, Best Dress, and then first, second, and third place for the Best Overall Costume, which does not mean cosplay that involves wearing overalls. Otherwise, we probably have a lot more Mario, Wreck-It Ralph, and Minions costumes, which could be exciting too in their own right, but not necessarily what we saw today. Each winner will be getting an awesome prize pack that includes cash prizes, gift certificates to cosplayshop.be, and Gamescom hoodie from Gamescom Wear, and of course a ticket to Gamescom 2021. So judges, was it hard to narrow down your picks?
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. We had a wide variety of different expertises which all came into the costume works we saw. They were all very diverse in the type and in the style, and it's really hard to compare anything to each other, to be honest, but yeah, somehow we had to get through that one.
But we have it.
Yeah, you guys did it. So let's jump into it, right? So our first category is Best Dress. Mari, can you explain the category, what this is, what the judges were looking for when picking a winner?
Okay, best dress doesn't mean literally a dress, but it means that we're looking at cosplays that are not armor cosplays or anything, but we're looking at fabrics and how people work with those and how they combine them. And so it's a little bit different than like the big builds, but we're looking at a lot of very beautiful details and materials here. Okay, so I guess it was a hard pick looking at our judges, but they decided on the best dress, and it is Right Beat Cosplay from Russia, cosplaying as Maria from the Assassin's Creed movie. And here we see her and all the different materials, the leathers, the fabrics, the stitching, and all the work that has been done by hand. I'm still amazed.
Yes, absolutely. Like, this is one that we got to kind of end with on our rounds of the contestants, and this one was just so fantastic, especially when you get those really close-up photos and video pieces just like this right here.
Yes. What you did with the leather there, that's amazing, and all the pearls and beading. Well, judges, tell me, each one of you, about what made you decide to give your vote to this cosplay, Baka.
It's, as you said, it is so difficult, but what strikes here is just the richness and the amount of details of different materials playing together, pearls, paint, leather, fabrics. Everywhere you look, there's something happening without overloading it. It's a subtle and authentic, but still very rich and beautiful build.
Okay, cut out. Andreas, anything you want to add?
Well, the costume has so much depth to it due to the details, and every single centimeter, as I said earlier, is stitched or printed by the person themselves. It's, yeah, nothing more to say. It's amazing.
The absolutely professional, clean work. It's great. It's absolutely great.
Okay. I think Karat knows the original costume, and this is why he could judge it very well.
Yeah, I did touch the original costume, which is from the movie, which was used in the movie, and to be honest, this one, the cosplay, it's a higher quality.
Wow, that's very high praise. Oh my goodness, that's something really nice. But we do have to move on to our next category, which is also a very exciting one, which is Best Armor. So a little more self-explanatory, but Myrian judges, can you explain what we thought about our Best Armor?
Well, we're looking at builds, and armor can mean a lot of different things, and we've seen a lot of different materials used, plastics, 3D printed parts, foam armor, and, well, I think the cosplay community has come up with so many different stuff to use for this over the years that it's hard to tell them all apart and know each one of them. Well, do we want to go and move on to who's won, or do the judges want to add something to that? Okay.
Yeah, well,
judges are smiling at me. Let's just move on to the person who has won Best Armor, and I'm very happy about this one. This is Margaret cosplay from Poland, and she's cosplaying as Darth Malady from the Star Wars Legacy comics, a character I like a lot, and this is a beautiful take. A beautiful artwork that she chose and that she worked into this piece of art made of foam and LEDs. So judges, tell me what made you choose this one. Baka.
So you can see here the spine. It's a good example for my love about this armor, that she's repeating the shapes, but a tiny bit differently, and it's still perfectly in repetition, but still different enough to make it live. And it's a huge full of armor, but still very authentic in its shape, so you can believe that it's actually an armor, but still a fantastical one, a comical one.
Karat, what made you choose this one?
Yeah, I think the first thing that comes to mind is the word consequent, because she pulled through with one sort of style, a very stylized version, because it's based off artwork, and that really lives into this costume.
Okay, Andreas, do you want to add something? What made you choose?
This is the optic and equality from a winner cosplay. This is cosplay in high end.
Very succinct and very true.
Yes,
And
and
the
of course,
cat bag.
a great cat bag, yeah.
I didn't know whether that influenced the judges, but it sure
Did
So-
not.
Yeah, so the winners of Best Dress and Best Armor will both win some awesome prize packs, which include a cash reward of €100, an €80 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie from Gamescom Wear, and a ticket to Gamescom 2021. So on to our next category, Best Overall Cosplay, starting with our third place winner. So Myri,
Okay.
what do we got here?
Third place winner of all overall cosplay is a Vera cosplay from Italy as Grey Warden from Dragon Age. And there we have her with the armor that everyone was not quite sure whether it's real steel or plastic, which tells you a lot about the paint job. Okay. Well, judges, what can you tell me? What made you choose this one? Baka, do you want to start?
I love how subtle and silently badass this costume is. So it is just it lives. It is authentic. It is credible, incredible. Yeah, you know what I mean. But still, and this is what. Yeah, I can't only say that it is harmonic and close as itself very well. Do it better, cut out, please.
Yeah, I think I can just agree with you. It's humble and proud at the same time, and I think that fits the character very well. And as you can see here, proud, as I said. And what really blew me away was the understanding of armor, how it works together, how the pieces have to be shaped to actually cover the body and at the same time allow all the movement you need. And yeah, also the arming doublet, which you can see on the top, it's also quite a nice touch. It's just overall very well executed and with a lot of understanding for the subject.
Okay, let's hand it over to Andreas for a quick.
Yeah, the work with the different materials, it's very nice. The complete optic, the complete style, it's nice. It's super. It's great.
So the award for third best overall costume is €150 award money, an €80 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie, and a ticket to next year's Gamescom. So congratulations to our third place winner. Now we have to move on to second place.
Second place is, I'm just going to say one thing, Wings. It's Rahega cosplay
Which
from
one?
Switzerland as Valkyrie Kara from God of War. The Wings, the biggest wings.
Wings we saw, yes.
Take it away, Baka. What made you choose this one?
The only one. Oh god, I only say the only one who has to begin all the time. It is a complete set of things that you with, and then my judges tell me things where I say, oh yeah, I didn't see that. So I know that these pieces are removable, so she can store them better. The weathering was great. The huge presence was so impressive.
Okay.
The weathering, the details. I don't even remember all the things we said.
When you see
about
the
the costume, which is
costume,
great.
you will see more. You see the
Yes.
costume, you say, wow, wow, wow. I will see this details, and yeah, it's absolutely nice and clean and all. It's.
I mean, in the Norse mythology, the Valkyries are beautiful as they are terrible, and I think this is absolutely captured into this costume because we can't see enough of the colors and the details and all the art on every single feather, and at the same time she looks quite scary actually.
Oh yeah, she nailed that one.
Definitely.
Scary and beautiful.
Yes, absolutely. And so our second place winner, our Valkyrie, for best overall costume, will receive €250 in award money, a workshop at Hydroforge, and a €120 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie, and finally, of course, a ticket to Gamescom 2021. And then we have the big one, Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for. We've seen 30 fantastic contestants so far, and we have our final finalists to show off for first prize. Winner of overall best costume of Gamescom 2020 cosplay competition, which is very exciting. Myri, take it away.
Yeah, drum rolls, judges. First place winner is Ashley Cosplay from Canada with the gender bend Queen Anduin Rin from World of Warcraft with this amazing finish that makes it look like steel, chrome, and gold. As Andrea said, that's the Fort Knox cosplay. So, tell me a little bit about what made you choose this one to be the overall winner. How you may start.
Again.
One last time.
I thought maybe it might be 3D printed, and then it's just the work that you have to put into it. But it is all hand sculpted, so you can imagine the hours and the month and maybe more of sanding, priming, and you die and you sand again. So this is impressive. I never seen a thermoplastic armor this detailed and this clean, and so consequently clean all over. Even the heads are hand sculpted. How?
How? That's a good question.
Work.
Is it a question you can answer, Karard or Andreas? How? How did you
with a lot of patience, I think.
A lot.
With the research we did about the cosplayer, it's just patience and skill, obviously, and I think it's very inspiring, as are all the participants, and they're all very worthy. And I think we found a really good finish and solution for them all. Yeah, I'm just really
She
glad.
is a worthy champion of this contest.
I hope 2021 I have a meeting with this costume and with this builder. It's absolutely amazing.
And discover even more details.
Yeah.
The fabric
Probably
even has
can't
some
be harmed.
stitching on it. You don't even see it in the video. It's amazing.
Yes, absolutely. And so our grand prize winner wins €750 award money, a €300 voucher for MediaMax, a €150 voucher for cosplayshop.be, a Gamescom hoodie from the Gamescom Wear store, and then of course a ticket to Gamescom 2021 so they can enter the competition all over again. And hopefully we get to see this grand piece in person.
Yeah, we really just want to thank all the participants. They were really inspiring. I hope everyone takes something away from it. All the participants, even us judges, among each other, among the people who showed their fantastic creations to us. It's really hard to compare anything to each other. Even in one costume, there might be dozens of different techniques involved, and let alone 30 participants. And you guys are amazing, and I hope you take away from each other, learn something, what you've seen with others as well. We certainly do.
Thank you. You're amazing.
As always, I think I've got the best job at these shows. I can just gawk at all the beautiful costumes, and I don't have the hard job to decide who is going to win. And there were some of my absolute favorite characters in there. Someone from Avatar: Last Airbender, Darth Maladi. It was a beautiful show, and you can see me. I'm all smile. I'm just happy to have been here and to have seen what these people brought.
That's all for cosplay, but stay tuned because the Best of Gamescom awards show is coming up right after this, and don't forget to visit gamescom.global.com to see the newest from Gamescom. Gamescom continues after this.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Gamescom always ends on a high note with a celebration of the biggest and most impressive new developments the video game industry has to offer, as well as the upcoming games that you are most excited about. Get ready because the 2020 Best of Gamescom Awards are starting right now.
To the 2020 Gamescom Awards at the Gamescom Best of Show. I'm your host, Sydney Goodman, and even though Gamescom is coming to a close, we've saved the best for last. Literally. Over the next hour, I'll be presenting awards to the biggest and the best Gamescom have to offer, and luckily, I'm not alone in this venture. Here to help me announce the winners from our diverse set of categories are Damon Hatfield and Akeem Watson. What's up, guys?
Hey Sid, and hello to everyone watching at home. Now, the Gamescom Best of Show Awards cover a wide range of categories, with some winners picked by Gamescom's panel of judges and others voted on by you. Yes, that's right, you guys viewing this show at home. And in a rare double whammy of luck, Sydney and I are joined by the fabulous Damon Hatfield from the comfort of his very own home. Take it away, Damon.
Thank you, Akeem. Now, most of all, the Best of Show Awards is just a great chance to celebrate all the best parts of Gamescom in one place, well, one figurative place, since Gamescom's been a bit more spread out than usual this year.
But that doesn't stop gaming from bringing everyone together, and Gamescom is the heart of gaming, after all. And quickly, before we hop right into the awards, I want to hear from my fellow co-hosts which awards you're looking forward to the most. Akeem, we'll start with you.
Well, I don't know. I gotta say, Sid, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing who wins the Best Streamer Award. You know, we got more than just Twitch as a platform where people can stream on. We also have YouTube and DLive. So I'm kind of curious to see where the best streamer will emerge, which platform, and who that person will be.
Damon, how about yourself?
It's probably the action-adventure category for me. Those tend to be the types of games I enjoy. And two big games coming out this year that I'm very much looking forward to, Assassin's Creed Valhalla and Watch Dogs Legion, are both nominated this year, so I can't wait to see who wins.
Definitely a stacked category. Personally, I'm looking forward to the most anticipated hardware and tech category because obviously there's a console launch upon us, but also Project X Cloud is in there, so we've got some heavy hitters. But thank you so much, Akeem and Damon. We'll catch up with you both soon. Webster's Dictionary defines originality as the opposite of the way I'm introducing this category, but in all seriousness, where would we be without developers willing to take a chance, try something new, and reinvent what gaming makes possible? Here are your Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Most Original Game. And the winner for Most Original Game is Void Train. This game blends first-person action and survival gameplay as you go hurtling through the fabric of space and time on an interdimensional train. And while the train might stay on track, it's safe to say everything else has gone off the rails. Here's a word from the winner.
Hi everybody, my name is Dima and I'm the publishing producer at Niarga Studios. We're very humbled and honored to receive the Most Original Game Award for our game Void Train here at Gamescom 2020. We've been pouring our hearts and souls into this project, and there are so many people we want to thank, but since we don't have much time here, just a few honorable mentions. We'd like to thank Heather Glade, our long-term companion and ally. We couldn't have wished for a better partner. We'd like to thank Hyperion Digital, who has stuck with us through the development and helped us realize the game of our dreams. And of course, our community, High Discord community, for helping us along the way. Without you guys, we couldn't have made it. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Congrats again to Void Train. Joining me to discuss Void Train, the winner of Most Original Game is Gerard, the completionist Khalil. Welcome, Gerard. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thank you, Akeem. Thank you for having me.
Of course. Now, as far as survival games are concerned, what do you think it is about Void Train that kind of like sets it apart from the rest?
I think the biggest thing that sets apart Void Train from all the survival games out there is the fact that there's this gravity-less approach to how you go excavating and building out your trolley. I think the fact that you can kind of float in the air is really great. It's almost like a swimming type feature, and I think incorporated that with these gigantic creatures who are trying to either exist or harm you, I think just only elevates the uniqueness this game has to offer.
Yeah, and you know, like that's one of the things that I kind of got from the game is it really gave me raft vibes. You know what I mean? Only instead of like building a raft or like trying to like kill a shark, you're trying to build a train and you're going up against, I guess you could call them, what, extraterrestrial space whales, maybe? I guess is what you could possibly call them. But what out of everything that we saw, what was one of the most unique aspects of Void Train that you saw?
I think one of the most unique aspects about Void Train that I experienced was seeing these gigantic monsters come at you passively while you're on this adventure of trying to build up your trolley, and then having to defeat them and gather parts and build your trolley accordingly is so interesting. It could have easily just been like an on-rail shooter. It could have been just a straight, FPS approach to everything. But really what you have is this hybrid genre based in this early steampunk 1920s-ish kind of combat. You have a revolver that's very classic. It's not like a modernized pistol. So I think there's just so many combination of things that really make this stand out.
Yeah, I know, like when I first experienced Void Train, I thought it was just going to be like this very serene experience as you're traveling through these voids and you're tethered to your push trolley and you're interacting with these various different, I guess, space creatures, killing some of them, and then all of a sudden you find yourself liberating a Nazi depot. Now you're right there, guns a-blazing. So I like that. It's kind of like that weird dynamic where it's like, all right, I'm floating in space. Now I'm like guns a-blazing all of a sudden. Now, as far as like the train construction, what did you think about building your own train? A space train.
A space train. I think that's one of the cool things about this entire game, right? Is anytime that a game lets the player decide how they want to play the game, from things simply as cosmetics to really unlocking features to kind of build upon what you have, I think that's what makes the game at its strongest, because it lets the player really take control. And Void Train does that super well with this entire concept of building out your trolley, because in the beginning you're going to have this small trolley, but by the end you might have a gigantic train, you might have the same trolley from before. It's up to the player to decide how this journey goes, and I love that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a great way to kind of like disrupt what we're kind of used to in a certain genre. Like if you think about like space travel, you don't necessarily think about traveling on a train. There was an anime and a manga that I was a fan of as a kid called Galaxy Express 999, which is a train. It's a space train. You see this space train, and again, like that particular anime was a space opera. So you're expecting to see spaceships. You're not necessarily expecting to see a train in space. My final question for you, though, Gerard, I got to ask you this. If you were to travel through space, what would be your means of transportation? Would it be the typical spaceship or perhaps a train? That's not a trick question.
I mean, given what I've seen from Void Train now, I might consider the train, because I feel like with the spaceship, you're just gonna be given a standard spaceship that's assembled for you. But if I can design my own train, my own kind of caboose and team to run the whole thing, like that sounds a lot more interesting to me than generic spaceship that travels into space. And I think the nice thing about Void Train 2 is that it's space, but it's also this version of space, rather what we've seen is kind of cloud surfing in a way, which is a lot more serene to me than black emptiness in the void of space. So I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the train.
I think I'm right there with you. It's just something about like just having that freedom to be floating in space, and you're tethered all the while you're traveling through space. I like that whole experience. It just looks really cool. Well, Gerard, I want to thank you for joining me, man. This was awesome.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Void Train pulls into the station and onto PC later this year. Damon, what's coming up next?
Well, as much as I wish we could take full credit for being the only ones who got to reveal awards during Gamescom, our pal Jeff Keighley announced a few winners during his epic opening night live show. Let's take a look.
Just getting started, and we've got plenty more awards to give out. We need to take a short break, so stick around because Gamescom Best of Show Awards continues right after this.
A very special crossover is coming to Summoner's War Sky Arena. Let's have a quick look at the teaser trailer to find out more.
Summoner's War.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Awards at Gamescom Best of Show 2020. Our chance to celebrate all the best parts of this year's Gamescom and the best parts of what's going on in gaming in general. Now, role-playing games are generally epic, sprawling, and deep experiences packed with huge quests, dozens of hours of storytelling, and of course, characters to level up and stats to obsess over. The medium of video games will forever be connected to the RPG genre, and RPGs are only getting bigger and better as video games continue to evolve. Here are the Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Best RPG. And the winner for the Best RPG Award is Cyberpunk 2077. Cyberpunk 2077 is continuing to look as if it'll be the most ambitious game of this year. Just hold out a little longer, folks. The wait is almost over. Congrats on winning this prestigious award.
Hey, I'm Miles Toast, one of the level designers working on Cyberpunk 2077 at CD Projekt Red. And today, I have the very special honor of finally being able to announce the final prize for the Xbox Series X. Now this prize... Okay, apparently there's a bit of a change of plans. Oh, turns out I almost announced the wrong prize. We're here to actually announce the prize for the best role-playing game at the Gamescom Awards 2020. And that prize goes to... It's not Fall Guys? Why isn't it Fall Guys? Okay, apparently this prize goes to us. And so on behalf of everyone back home in Poland, I would like to tell you my greatest thanks for this special prize. It really means the world to us. Thank you, and see you in Night City.
Joining me to discuss the Best RPG Award winner, Cyberpunk 2077, here's Akeem and Damon. What's up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
I'm doing well. Thanks for joining me. So I don't think it's any huge surprise to know that Cyberpunk 2077 won Best RPG. But Damon, let's start with you. I mean, CD Projekt Red has clearly packed so many details into this game. Is there a certain aspect that you're most excited about?
I think it's probably the Netrunner class that I'm most looking forward to. It's the hacking class, and I like to play stealthy. I always say I play stealthy until I can't anymore and have to go in guns blazing, but that's definitely the class that's most appealing to me. I've been looking forward to this game for so long. Remember, this game was announced in 2012, 8 years ago, before the PS4 and Xbox One were even out. So it's cool that we're finally going to get to play it later this year, and it's both closing out this generation and launching the next generation of consoles.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more in terms of how excited and how long it feels like we've been waiting to get our hands on this. Akeem, how about you? Is there a certain detail or aspect of Cyberpunk 2077 that's really catching your eye?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, I played all forms of RPGs, this is the first one, I believe, that I'm going to be playing from the first-person perspective. Never played an RPG from that perspective, and that's honestly one of the things I kind of like envied about like shooter games, first-person shooters, is because like it puts you right there in the driver's seat of the character, and this is finally going to be my chance to kind of experience that in RPG form with everything that entails, and we get to explore like this massive city. I've never been to Night City, California, but I know it doesn't exist, but I've never been to such a massive city in a game like this, and just to be able to kind of like live out those Ghost in the Shell moments that, that's an anime from the future. Get to, hack into people's brains just like in that anime, but this time translated into video game form. I'm really looking forward to experiencing all of that and all of its glory.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. I am definitely most looking forward to Night City and just exploring all the minutia. And I'm someone who tends to get very, very distracted in game worlds. So I can imagine a lot of my time will be soaked up just walking around looking at the signs and seeing what else I can find. But I mean, Cyberpunk 2077 didn't win Best RPG for no reason. Is there anything in particular, Damon, that you think is really setting Cyberpunk 2077 apart from its competition?
Well, we don't really get a lot of cyberpunk-themed RPGs in the first place, so it's definitely unique in that respect. It's something new for CD Projekt Red after spending so much time in a high fantasy setting, so I think everybody's really excited to see what they can do with sort of futuristic, high-tech body manipulation game mechanics.
Yeah, that body manipulation. So, Akeem, you talked about clearly you love RPGs. Is there something beyond just the first-person aspect of Cyberpunk that's really exciting you?
This city is alive. Like, it's a hustling and bustling city, and from what we were told, like, each character has their own routine that they're going about throughout their day, and I feel like one of the reasons why I kind of play like these open world games is because it's not only a form of escapism for me, it's entertainment as well. And so like I like to just like dive into it and just like drive around, see what type of trouble I can get into, and also like follow other characters and kind of like see what their routines are. So like I know there's gonna be like the core aspect of Cyberpunk 2077, which is the main storyline. But much like you said, Sid, like I just like to kind of just like get lost in all the little details that the developers have put into this game that if you're just staying the course and following the storyline, you might miss. So I want to just get lost in this game outside of just playing the main storyline. And that's one of the aspects that I feel like we'll be able to do in this open world, this massive city that they've built.
Yeah, well, thank you both so much for talking to me about Cyberpunk 2077. Can't wait for November.
I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitor channel.
Adam, you're still there? Adam.
Yes. what's left of me. Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now can't be for nothing. For once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Winning this award.
Thank you, Gamescom 2020, for this amazing award. Xbox Series X is designed to deliver a new level of power, speed, and compatibility never seen before in console gaming. We made this for you, the millions of gamers all across the world. From all of us at Team Xbox, we can't wait to share more with everyone soon, and for our fans to get their hands on Xbox Series X when it releases this holiday. Thank you again.
So a lot of people are clearly excited about the Xbox Series X, which bodes well for its release this holiday. Here to discuss just what's so exciting about Microsoft's next console, here's IGN's executive editor of tech, Bo Moore, and content creator, Paris Lilly. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Damon. Paris, what excites you about the Xbox Series X?
You know what really excites me about the Series X is just the technology that they've packed inside this box. The fact that we're now getting this 8-core, 3.8 gigahertz Zen 2 CPU. We're getting the 12 teraflops GPU, the 16 gigs of DDR6 RAM that they're having in it, and of course that SSD, which is 1 terabyte, I believe. But just the speed that we're going to get, you know, getting rid of load times, things like this. I'm normally a big PC guy, but seeing the tech that's under the hood inside the Series X, it's going to compete with any of the high-end PCs that you're going to see this holiday. So it's very exciting.
Now, Microsoft calls it the most powerful console ever created. Bo, are you impressed by the Series X's specs?
You know, I'm just like Paris. I'm been a PC guy, but I really am impressed by the Series X specs. You know, you've got the 12 teraflops. That's pretty much on par with a high-end gaming PC at this point. And especially for, you know, we don't know the price of the Series X yet, but what we're expecting it to be, you know, somewhere in the absolute most $600 and hopefully much, much lower than that. To build a gaming PC at that price point, you're not going to get anywhere near that level of performance.
Now, the quick resume feature should let us switch between games super fast and instantly pick up where we left off. Paris, is that an exciting feature for you?
Absolutely, because it's something that we've not been able to experience in console gaming yet. And the fact that I could be playing, I don't know, Forza Horizon 4, and then I'll quickly be able to switch over to Gears 5 and resume from wherever I was playing from. I mean, that's when we start talking about next-gen features of hardware, that's clearly one of the leaders.
Now, what about ray tracing, Bo? Is that an important new feature that's coming to Xbox Series X?
You know, I think it'll be very important in the long run, but for right now, at this beginning of the console generation, ray tracing is yeah, it's going to look nice, but we might not even see it that much in terms of the Xbox implementations. And ray tracing is a really, really big performance hit. So once we get further through the generation and developers have had some time to actually work with this technology and implement Microsoft's solution to ray tracing, then yeah, I think we're going to see some really, really nice looking visuals.
Now, one of the very unique advantages the Xbox Series X has is that it's going to be compatible with 4 generations of games. It's a feature that other consoles just don't have. Paris, do you think that's difficult to pull off?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be difficult to pull off. Think about just all the different type of architectures throughout the years that we've seen on these consoles. I mean, I know the Series X is more or less basically an x86 architecture PC, but when you go all the way back to the original Xbox, it was doing something completely different. 360 was doing something completely different all the way down the list. So they're doing some big time emulation under the hood, which again goes back to the fact that the technical specs of this hardware are very impressive, that they're going to be able to pull something like this off.
Now, Paris, what game are you most excited to play on Xbox Series X?
I was really excited to play Halo Infinite this holiday. That's obviously getting delayed now, so we'll see that in 2021. Honestly, you know, I'm a big Cyberpunk 2077 guy, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how the Series X is going to be able to take advantage of that.
Bo, how about you? Game you're most excited to play on Xbox Series X?
I think it's got to be Cyberpunk. You know, that it's that game, from what we've seen, that CD Projekt has been able to do with games like The Witcher. They just get so much prettier the more that you can take advantage of the hardware. And so for the Series X to have that hardware to really be able to push out the frame rate and the resolution that we're going to be expecting for a high-end, beautiful looking game, yeah, the Series X is what I want to play it on the Series X. Yeah. Beautiful looking game.
Yeah, I agree. I cannot wait to play Cyberpunk as well. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the Gamescom Best of Awards show here. We're now going back to Akeem for the next award.
Now, we've got tons of greatness to recognize during the Gamescom Best of Show Awards, but only a limited time to do it, so consider this an appetizer, but you can't eat it, guys. Now, it's not rushed, it's densely packed with awesome. Here are our genre winners. So that was a world record speed run of 7 different Gamescom Best of Show Award categories. Now let's take a moment to talk about a couple of these with Sydney. Now Sydney, which of these jumped out to you?
Yeah, what's up, Akeem? So I am just so enamored by Kiwi, which won Best Family Game, and it is just so cute. So it's these little kiwis, like the bird, not like the fruit. That would be a really weird game, and a very different game. But you're these little kiwis, and it's a puzzle game in the post office. So you are just these little things like bouncing around, solving problems. I am usually very attracted to like intensely stressful games. But I have been trying to play games that kind of just make me smile and are a little bit more relaxing and peaceful, and this definitely looks like it fits the bill.
Oh, absolutely, and it's something you can play with your family. Like, so what other titles jumped out at you regarding this list? I know you've got to be looking forward to Cyberpunk 2077. Am I right?
obviously Cyberpunk is on the list, and it's just so exciting to see every time that they give us a little tidbit more. You know, we got the first gameplay last Gamescom actually, so it feels like a cute little anniversary of that of sorts. And in the most recent Night City Wire, we saw the different life paths that you can take, from Street Kid to Nomad to Corpo. But I just cannot wait to get my hands on this game come November.
Same. I'm a huge RPG fan, and so like I'm really looking forward to this, especially with the way that you get to experience this particular RPG. Like I haven't seen too many first-person perspective RPGs, so I'm definitely looking forward to jumping in as possibly a Corpo. Now, we also got some blasts from the past, you know, with of course Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 coming back, and Mafia. Either of those games piqued your interest?
You know, I was so young when I played Tony Hawk, so I'm definitely excited to play it and actually be a little bit more coherent and not just button mash the heck out of everything. But what stands out the most to me is definitely the soundtrack. And when they announced that remake was happening, I know that I am not alone when they announced that most of the soundtrack would be back. So I'm just really excited to live out those nostalgia days when that comes out.
Same, yeah. And the thing is, like, I was never a big fan of punk music or ska, but I do attribute my interest in it to the Tony Hawk Pro Skater series. I actually kind of jumped into the series with the Underground series, and I'm pretty sure like this is gonna be a successful launch. I mean, obviously it won Best Sports Game, and I know a lot of people have been anticipating this and waiting for this to come out. I'm hoping this is successful enough because I want to see an Underground remaster as well.
Activision has really been crushing it in terms of all of these remasters that they've been putting out. They did Crash, Spyro, and now they're doing Tony Hawk, obviously. But I wouldn't be surprised if they kept it going.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we have Dirt 5, which now I've never played any of the Dirt games. Not to throw any dirt on my own name and my own game prowess, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm interested in playing some Dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be available on both Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5, and it's coming out in October, so that'll definitely, I'm not sure when it officially, like the new generation's versions come out, if that's gonna be day and date with the new consoles, but you can definitely take advantage of it. Come whenever holiday 2020 and those consoles drop.
Yes. Now, of course, we got so many awesome winners. Sid, I gotta ask you, out of all of these winners, I know you're gonna play the majority of these, but which of these are you most excited to get your hands on and play?
I mean, I think the most obvious answer is Cyberpunk, but since we already talked about it, I'm really interested in Humankind. It, again, is not a typical game for me. It's a 4X game, similar to Civ, but Civ is another game that I've never really been able to sit down long enough to sink my teeth in fully. But Humankind, you lead your civilization across 6 different eras of human civilization, and within each era you select a civilization, I just said civilization like 12 times, based on an actual historical society, and I really like history, so I'm just super excited about that game. I mean, I think it was last year at O&L during Gamescom, they debuted a trailer with the caveman DJing, and that kind of just got me hooked. So I'm excited to jump into that. What about yourself, Hakeem?
Well, I gotta say, I actually on the PS2 I actually missed the Mafia franchise, so it would even be that accommodating to their fans. And he's been streaming for quite some time. He's been in this game for quite a while. I guess how would you describe Gronk's influence in the streaming world? Because he's been doing this for quite some time.
Well, let's say that he has some kind of a family and he's really well connected. And I mean, streaming is not the only thing he does. He also does some dubbing for video games and for movies and for basically everything. He's been around for ages, as you said. I don't want to say he's the oldest streamer we have. That would be not fair to him. He's still very, very fit, very young, and he's appealing to basically every single age group, I guess.
Yeah, I noticed, like, I looked it up. He's one of 4 popular streamers in Germany. Is that true?
Well, I would even say he's the most successful, best known streamer in all of Germany. Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt about that. I can tell you that.
Now, Seb, it seems like you're a huge fan of Gronk, so I'm kind of curious, like, what I'm curious, which one of his streams kind of like brought you into the Gronk fold? Like, which one were you introduced to? Like, which one of his Let's Plays?
Well, to be very honest, it wasn't even a Let's Play. It was basically the fact that when you go to Gamescom, and that's the one thing that everyone knows about Gamescom and Gronk, or as his real name is not Gronk, his real name is Eric. That when you go to Gamescom and you want to meet him, that's your chance. But you might have to queue for a very long time, and some people queue all day and they're in line all day, even in the heat. But he's there too. He's with them, and his whole crew is there. And that's basically a fact that I don't want to say I'm his biggest fan, but that's something that brought me closer to that idea of who streamers are and what they do for the community, because that's something that's very, very special, that he actually listens to their stories and why they love him. So that's basically the main reason for me liking him that much.
And I know I've been told by one of my producers that you actually have a picture with Gronk. So.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, this is something that when we worked together last year at Gamescom and we did this segment, we basically interviewed him for that massive fan gathering. Of course, I had to show up and I had to ask him some questions because it was all day long. It was in the heat and everyone was sweating, and I wanted to know how is that possible that he basically is so available and accessible to everyone and shares his stories and basically has people sharing their stories with him and doesn't get fed up. He never, at least that's what it seems, he never gets fed up and just turns around and leaves and says, well, guys, I'm the biggest streamer, I'm fed up and I gotta leave. And that's never happened, actually.
Thank you so much again, Sib. Really appreciate it. Sid, what have we got coming up next?
The award I'm about to present is a little bit meta. This streaming show you're watching isn't the only one to take place during Gamescom. So our next award is to recognize some of the other live streamed presentations that have been bringing the Gamescom experience to viewers around the world. And it's you, those very viewers who have voted on the winner. Here are the 2020 nominees for Best Live Stream Show or Gamescom Special. Gamescom 2020 award for Best Show is Wargaming. The Wargaming show pulled out all the stops for their showcase celebrating World of Tanks Blitz arriving on the Switch. And believe us, getting a studio shoot together right now is no small feat, not to mention the new game. So a big congratulations to Wargaming for their historic win.
Here to discuss Best Show winner Wargaming is Tom Putski from Wargaming and Sebastian Osowski, one of the voters of the Gamescom Awards. First of all, Tom, congratulations.
Thank you so much. We are very thrilled and amazed, and it's especially fantastic because it was a voting category from the audience.
Yeah, of course, Gamescom has been different for everyone this year, but Wargaming usually has one of the biggest, baddest, loudest booths at Gamescom. So, how was it? How do you keep your audience happy, your community happy when you can't be there in person with a big spectacle?
It's a tough job, to put it like this. This situation is very special for all of us. And it's brand new, and yeah, we are learning constantly. We try to do our best to put on a digital show for a digital Gamescom. So we had streams to all 4 days, and Twitch drops, and reward program participation, sweepstakes, community stream, and so on and so on and so on. And we even aired the Sabaton concert, which was happening live at Gamescom last year, once more for our audience. But as I said, it's different and it's tough. And at the moment, we are so much looking forward to have next year normal Gamescom, to put it like this, and can meet our players and the industry in live person, and and celebrate wargaming style.
Yeah, I think everyone is looking forward to that. Sebastian, what did you think of Wargaming Show this year?
I mean, he just said it. Celebrate Gamescom, wargaming style. This year has been so different, and I had high hopes that they would finally get an award, and especially this award is so special because it's, as he already said, it's from the community for wargaming, and whoever comes to Gamescom knows that you come to Gamescom and you will get a hell of a show from wargaming. Tom already mentioned there was Sabaton last year, and they burn the place down, and so I'm really happy they get the award. And from what I saw from the digital version this year, they tried their best, and apparently they succeeded.
Yeah, apparently they did in a big way. Tom, one of the things you're celebrating is World of Tanks is out now on Switch. Is that right? Apparently they did in a big way.
Yeah, World of Tanks Blitz, our mobile version of the game, is after the platforms Mac OS, Steam, PC, iOS, Android, now finally on Switch. And this makes us very proud and very happy. And a whole new community can play this game and drive some tanks and shoot at some enemies.
Well, that sounds like a really good time. Tom, congratulations once again. Thank you for joining us, and hopefully we'll be back in person next year to see another gigantic, huge wargaming booth. We're going to take a quick break, but right after that, we'll be back with more from the Gamescom Awards. Right after this. Wargaming booth. We're going to take a quick break, but right after that, we'll be back with more from the Gamescom Awards. Right after this.
Everybody loves watching a speed run of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to Speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Every year, thousands of new games get released worldwide across a variety of platforms and devices. And it's not slowing down anytime soon. This is great news for gamers, but bad news for our backlogs. For our next category, we turn the voting over to you, the gamers. And here are the nominees for your most wanted new game. Gamescom 2020 Most Wanted Award is Cyberpunk 2077. And honestly, I couldn't agree more. CD Projekt Red have already set a high bar, and Cyberpunk looks like it just might be their best game yet. Congratulations to CD Projekt Red.
Thank you so much for voting us with Cyberpunk 2077 to be the most wanted game of Gamescom 2020. It's been quite a journey, right? We've announced Cyberpunk quite a while ago, all the way back in 2013, if I recall correctly. And now we're this short before releasing it. And we can't wait for you all to get your hands on it and finally be able to dive into Night City yourself.
And joining me now is none other than Bruce Green. Hey, Bruce.
Oh my gosh, Sid, it is so good to see a friendly face. It has been so long since we've seen each other.
It really has. Speaking of things that are taking so long, Cyberpunk 2077 won Most Wanted Game.
I think for the longest time when I was reporting on Inside Gaming, this was 7 years ago, we were talking about how the game may come out in 2018, it may come out in 2022. So I think we're getting a little lucky here, getting it in 2020.
Yeah, this is like technically, I mean, since when it's ready is kind of infinity, we're actually, it's coming out early, kind of.
That's right. Yes. No, absolutely. I mean, we've had those 2 delays, right? We got delayed in, it was supposed to be in April, then it was in September, and now it's in November. Do we think the game is actually coming out in November? Sid, do you think so?
I was going to ask that, but I didn't want to curse this. You know, I think that given the circumstances of the pandemic and all this stuff, I would be very understanding if they had to push it for polish. Like, I mean, I think in general, most players, I would hope, would be understanding of the fact that times are weird. I'm sure it's difficult to judge a timeline for a game in a situation that has never happened before. However,
absolutely.
I'm hoping it doesn't get pushed. What about you?
I mean, like, I'm kind of the same way. It's funny because if the game had come out in April, it would have been the savior of quarantine for everybody, right?
Oh, Bruce, don't even say that. I didn't even think about that.
But, good news, Sid, we're still in quarantine. So we could actually, it could still be the savior of quarantine, just a little bit late. It'll be the savior of holidays and the savior of the new year, and it'll be what everybody looks forward to for 2021. So.
Perfect. No, I love that spin. I love that spin. But I mean, there's a reason why people are so excited for this game, right? I mean, they've shown us tons of trailers. We're excited about that. But CD Projekt Red as a developer, I mean, one of the highest caliber developers out there.
Yes.
What are you hoping that they bring from The Witcher 3 into Cyberpunk?
Gosh, I mean, that's such a good question. It's one of those games. If you look back on the Witcher series, obviously they're highly acclaimed, and The Witcher 3 is probably one of the greatest games of all time. I want to see the RPG elements from The Witcher 3. Because that was what I think made The Witcher 3 such an amazing game, was the fact that you could go anywhere, do anything. Yes, you were Geralt, but you were building your own character, you were building your own narrative inside this giant game world. There's so much to say about The Witcher 3, but I do want to see the RPG elements, and that's what CD Projekt Red is the best at. So.
Yeah, totally. When you said, I'm burning myself here, I actually don't know how to say Geralt correctly. I don't even know.
I don't either. I always say Geralt, but is that wrong? I don't. Geralt? I mean, it could be anything. We have to go back to the Henry Cavill pronunciation. Does he ever say his name in the television show? Because obviously, who doesn't trust Henry Cavill, right? So I trust Henry Cavill.
Bruce, thank you so much for stopping by. This has been a ton of fun. Now, let's check out what Akeem's up to with another award.
At Gamescom, dozens of publishers are showcasing all their brand new upcoming games they're releasing, as well as ongoing games getting continued support throughout the year and beyond. Here are the Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Best Lineup. And the winner of Best Lineup here at Gamescom 2020 is Bandai Namco. Now, Bandai Namco came out swinging for 2020, showing off an impressive stable of great games like Project Cars 3, Little Hope, Scarlet Nexus, Captain Tsubasa, Jump Force, Little Nightmares 2, and so many more. Now, it's an incredibly diverse set of offerings, and it's why Bandai Namco are our 2020 winners. Now, let's hear what they had to say about their win for Best Lineup.
Hi everyone, I'm Arno Müller. I'm the COO of Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe. I want to address my thanks to all the fans of our games. We hope you're delighted with the content and the lineup that we present this year at Gamescom, both our games from Japan and the content that we develop here in Europe. I can promise to all the fans that there is a lot more exciting news to come, so please stay tuned. Thank you.
Congrats to Bandai Namco for winning Best Lineup from the Gamescom Awards. Right now I'm joined by Wout van Voot from Bandai Namco to discuss this very lineup. We are also joined again by Sebastian Osowski. First of all, Wout, congratulations.
Thank you very much. We're very happy with the award. Thank you for everybody who voted and everybody involved. Thank you very much.
Sebastian is actually one of those people that did vote and was involved, so it's very good to have him here.
Excellent, thanks.
Seems like you have a very diverse lineup. You've got racing covered, anime games, horror games, flight combat. Let's run down the lineup here. Let me know if I'm leaving anything out. You've got several games that I think just launched yesterday, at least here in North America. Project Cars 3, Jump Force Deluxe Edition for Switch, Captain Tsubasa. You also have Little Nightmares 2 coming out early next year. Dark Pictures' Little Hope, which is coming out October 30th, just in time for Halloween. Scarlet Nexus, which is a 2021 game, and then DLC for Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown. Anything I missed, Wout?
No, I think you covered it quite well. It's very exciting times at Bandai Namco, as you can tell.
Yeah. Sebastian, what do you think made the Bandai Namco lineup so strong this year?
Well, I'm German, so it's definitely Captain Tsubasa because it's it's nostalgia for me. I watched the anime or the cartoon here every time when I came back from school. And it was basically like we had another anime which was Mila, but it was volleyball, and this one is basically the opposite to it. So everyone was talking about it back in elementary school. So this is like going back to elementary school and meeting all your friends. So this is my personal favorite of all times.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's it, man.
And that's another game that came out yesterday. Also, Little Nightmares 2 won Best Trailer from Gamescom this year, and I have to agree that trailer is very cool, very creepy. It's very nice to finally hear a little bit more about Little Nightmares 2 since it was revealed at Gamescom last year. What aside from the trailer, what can we expect in Little Nightmares 2 when it launches early next year?
Well, I think you covered most of it, right? It's a perfect kind of throwback to your childhood fears and then how you deal with them. And for people who played Little Nightmares 1, this is more than just a sequel, right? The game is almost twice in size, and you play as Mono, a new protagonist with where you actually help Six, the protagonist of the first game, to overcome her fears and then work together to dive deeper into more, which is it's very, very creepy. And I think the team at Tarsier has really outdone themselves in what they delivered.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely gives me the chills. Do you think adding the AI companion affects the horror in any way? Does it make it more or less scary? Do you think adding
in a way, kind of it depends on how you look at it, right? So for me, it makes it a little bit scarier because it's not just your own character that you're trying to protect. But on the other hand, you have a little bit of support in 6 when you traverse the world. So I think it works both ways.
Gotcha. I'm super excited to check out more of Little Nightmares 2. What's the release date for that? Is it February 11th?
Yes, 2021. Awesome. Yeah,
perfect. Well, wow, thank you so much for joining us today, and congratulations once again on winning Best Lineup.
No worries, and thanks to all the fans who keep supporting Bandai Namco. We're extremely excited about our lineup, both the titles coming from Japan, as well as the titles being developed in Europe. And watch out, because there's way more to come. We've got so much exciting stuff coming up.
Very exciting. All right, stay tuned. More from Gamescom Awards coming up right after this. Very exciting. Stay tuned.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote! Vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it! Just go!
Welcome back to the Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Now, we're getting down to the wire with some of the biggest awards of the year. Sid, what's next?
Gaming thrives on hype, fresh ideas, and the next big thing. And with so many games constantly getting revealed, getting the community to focus its attention on one more new release can pose quite a challenge for developers. Let's check out the nominees for Best Announcement. Of Gamescom 2020 is Unknown 9 Awakening from Reflector Entertainment. Awakening is just our entry point into the universe of Unknown 9, which the creators are touting as a story world. We can also expect associated novels, audio content, and much more. Huge congratulations to the Reflector team.
Hey, I'm Lexi, the IP producer from Reflector, and we're so excited and humbled by this award for Best Announcement. Our small but dedicated team has been working endlessly to try and realize this passion project, and we can't wait to show you more about Haruna, our main protagonist, and the story world that she's a part of. Everyone at Reflector, be proud of this moment. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, everyone.
Joining me now is Alexis Audier, an IP producer over at Reflector Entertainment, and we have Mary Kish both to talk with us about the Best Announcement Award going to Unknown 9 Awakening.
Thank you so much. We couldn't be any more thrilled or humbled by all of this.
And then Mary, so I know that you actually started kind of participating in what makes Unknown 9's announcement so great. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, what's so fascinating about this is that you've created not just a trailer, but there's a whole underworld of lore that you're starting to sprinkle to interested audiences. And I think that's a part of why everybody's really engaging with this new game concept. Not only do you have a trailer, but you've created websites. If you stop the trailer at certain places, you can get little secrets that take you to certain places, and there's puzzles to be uncovered. This is really incredible. You probably don't want to tell me too much about it, but what can you tell me about all these puzzles and all these secrets?
What I can tell you is that we have a 6-month campaign going on that is a narrative-driven or community-driven narrative experience interactive online on our microsite. And it's headed by Reflector and a local studio in Montreal called Allison Smith. And each week for the next 6 months, you can tune in and play puzzles and uncover rewards and things like that that will maybe help you later on in the game. I don't know. That's a little tip.
Okay, well, so what inspired you and your team to decide that this is the way you want to announce the game versus just, maybe putting a trailer out in a blog post?
The whole background of Reflector is that we're really after creating a universe and a story world. So we have multiple products that we want people to dive in, and each product stands alone on its own, like it can be consumed on its own. But if people consume everything as a whole, they'll be able to experience sort of a broader, overarching meta-narrative that's woven throughout. So really, we're trying to give fans a customized journey, a customized of their own journey through our universe.
Yeah, and actually, Mary, when we were talking, I was going to say stalking. We were not stalking. We were talking about how when you started diving into kind of the path that the trailer brought you down, it actually had you take a personality test.
Yeah, it was really cool how many different aspects to the site there were. In addition to solving this puzzle, this secret, there's also a personality test that let me know what kind of puzzle solver I am, which I found pretty fascinating. And also there was different types of media you could enjoy to understand the lore of what this world Unknown 9 is, from books to actually a comic, which I read that has nothing to do with Haruna or the current world of the game, well, at least as far as I know. And the comic is pretty fascinating because it also has to do with the Fold, which I'm not entirely sure exactly what the Fold is, but we do know that it's definitely stops, or at least allows us to change the current state of time and place, and so people can actually move around or stop time or move in ways that you and I wouldn't be able to process. So I found that really fascinating that I was able to delve into a comic in addition to being interested about this game. And it is connected because it's all being talked about in these secrets that are in the trailer itself. So that was really cool to see. It's really fascinating to me that we can even be able to read books and have all this lore. It seems like this world has actually been in existence for some time before the game actually took place. Is that correct?
Yes and no. We've been around for the last couple of years just developing stuff, but right now we really wanted to kind of put the transmedia experience at the forefront for fans. So when they see the game, like you said, the comic book isn't about Haruna who's in the game, but it's a totally different story. And like I said, we're building a completely rich, immersive story world that people can consume all of these products on their own, or once they consume everything, they'll start to see the interconnections of the different plots and characters that are woven throughout. So things that you will learn and see in the game, you could end up seeing in other products as well, but you have to stick around long enough to find out.
Mm-hmm. And then real quick, because we're almost out of time, but Alexis, why is video games as like the storytelling medium to introduce fans to the world of Unknown 9?
Well, I mean, we're introducing the world to Unknown 9 through the video game because we're trying to enhance the gamer experience through this immersive story world that transcends the media that they're gonna play in the game. And I think that we know that we have a really cool thing going on with the game, and we want people to see the larger world at stake here.
Mary, thank you so much for joining us. And Alexis, again, huge thank you to you and your team. Now, why don't we go see what Akeem's up to with our next award?
A great game trailer combines the best aspects of video games and cinema, cluing players in on what a game has in store while presenting the story in a way that gets them excited without revealing too much. And on the other hand, nobody ever complains about seeing a vertical slice of gameplay that concisely explains what players will be doing in a game. Either way, both are something to celebrate. Here are the Gamescom Best of Show nominees for Best Presentation or Trailer. And our Gamescom 2020 winner for Best Presentation or Trailer is Little Nightmares 2. With the terrifying teacher character, the swarm of hands, and the addition of a new protagonist, Little Nightmares 2 looks to ramp up the complexity, and the trailer did a great job of setting the mood. Congratulations to Tarsier Studios.
Hello Gamescom, I am Pierre from Bandai Namco Entertainment Europe. And on behalf of the whole Little Nightmares team, I really want to say that we are super humbled to receive this prize this year. I want to say thank you to Tarsier Studio and of course Maverick Media to help us realize the vision of Little Nightmares into a short 2-minute trailer. But we can't wait to see your reaction for the game itself when it comes out early next year. Thank you.
Congratulations to Bandai Namco and the team behind Little Nightmares 2 for winning Best Trailer from Gamescom. I'm once again joined by Paris Lilly, and Sebastian Osowski is joining us to talk all about the trailer. And it's great. Sebastian is actually on the jury that votes on the Gamescom Awards, so it's great to have him here. I have to agree, this is a very cool trailer. It definitely gave me the spookies. Remember when the first Little Nightmares was revealed at Gamescom a few years back? I was immediately captivated by the sort of Tim Burton-esque world that it was presenting. And then it turned out the gameplay was good enough to match the visuals. I think IGN gave it an 8.8, first one. Seb, I know you played the original Little Nightmares. What grabs you about this new trailer for Little Nightmares 2?
I mean, my biggest fear always was that the second would be toned down in terms of like how scary it would be, because people usually, when they're scared, they try to make it appeal to a bigger audience with a sequel. But this one seems scary as I don't know what, but this one really freaked me out. It looks great.
Yeah, I have to agree. There's several moments that give me almost gave me chills, I think, especially when there's like creepy little hand that crawls across the ground. Paris, what do you think about this trailer?
I think you nailed it at the beginning, that Tim Burton feel, just the atmosphere of this game, the art style that they're doing. I love that this is a side-scrolling platformer. You're seeing those puzzle elements in there as well. So I didn't play the first game, but when I saw this trailer, it instantly hit my radar. I have to play this. So I even probably will go back and play the first one now after seeing this.
Yeah, Paris, have you played either Limbo or Inside?
Yes, I played both of those, and I got that vibe from it as well. So absolutely.
Yeah, I think those are pretty close comparisons, although those are made by a different developer. So for this one, they're adding an AI companion that's controlled by the computer. It's a little unclear to me whether or not this game is going to offer co-op play or not. Seb, do you know?
No, I don't. But can I go back to that one scene that really freaked me out, which is
please.
The most terrifying scene ever, because it's a teacher turning around, and I didn't see it correctly, I think, but it looks like she's really angry with the students, and it reminds me of my school time. So this one really freaked me out. But regarding the co-op companion, I don't think this has been communicated so far. So yeah, this looks like my school teacher. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, we recently got to go hands-on with a preview of Little Nightmares 2, and our writer, Brendan Graber, was, I think he thoroughly enjoyed what he played so far. He also played the original game.
Oh, this one. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one.
We've also got a release date for Little Nightmares 2. It's coming February 11th. Early next year. It's coming to PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC, and it will also be coming to next-gen systems, but that release date will be coming a little bit further down the road. Seb, how do you think adding the sort of AI companion will sort of switch up the gameplay? Do you think that'll affect how scary it is or isn't?
I mean, it depends. I mean, the puzzles will be harder, I guess. If you remember on Revel 2, you were dependent on this companion. This will be the same here, I guess. In terms of how scary it is, I think nothing will change depending on the companion. I don't think so.
Paris, how do you tend to like your horror games? This it's not presenting a realistic world here. Like we're saying, it's very Tim Burton-esque, sort of fantastic. Do you appreciate that, or do you like a little bit more of a realistic horror setting?
No, I appreciate this style, but I'm definitely the type that wants to play it with one eye, one eye closed. You know what I mean? So, but this looks great. I mean, it really does. I can't say it enough. I love just the visual artistic style that they're going for in this. It looks fantastic.
So Seb, after you played the first game, is there anything that you sort of wish could be changed or could be addressed for the sequel?
Well, to make it more accessible, sometimes the controls were a little difficult. I can't judge if this has changed much, but this was basically the only concern I had, aside from the potentially like toning it down a bit. But yeah, I'm very positive about this. It looks great. It feels great. So from what I've seen, there's only positive things to say.
Yeah, I agree. Little Nightmares 2 is looking very cool. Once again, it's coming February 11th, 2021, so we don't have to wait all that long to play for it. It's going to be on PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Paris and Seb, thank you so much for joining me. We have to take a quick break, but we will be right back very soon with more Gamescom awards. We have to take a quick break. We will be right back very soon.
If you haven't seen the teaser trailer for the upcoming Summoner's War Sky Arena crossover, don't worry, we got you covered. Let's take a look now.
Summoner's War.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags WellPlayed and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to the 2020 Gamescom Best of Show Awards. Now, if you're just now tuning in, well, you have great timing because we are down to the final 2 categories, and they're the big ones. Sid, take it away.
Whether it's a physical event with 300,000 attendees or a digital celebration, it's a massive undertaking to get so many games in one place. It requires an army of people to coordinate with developers and publishers from around the world in multiple languages and time zones to get their games in front of players. It's even more work to try and pick one definitive favorite game, but our judges rose to the challenge. Here are the nominees for overall Best of Gamescom. And now it's time for a heavy hitter, the Best of Gamescom award. And your winner for 2020 is Cyberpunk 2077. With CD Projekt Red's stellar AAA track record, most gamers have high hopes for this sprawling, story-driven thriller that's currently the hottest ticket in gaming and looks to be revitalizing the genre across the board. Congratulations to the CD Projekt Red team. And joining me now, once more, is Bruce Green.
Sid,
hey, Bruce.
It's so good to see you again. Well,
I know. It's great. And we're talking more Cyberpunk 2077. They just won Best in Show Award. I mean, I can't
Is anybody
say I'm
surprised here?
Yeah, I can't say it's a huge surprise. But we were just talking about how, you know, it also won the Most Wanted Award. People are clearly hungry for this game. What is the detail for you that you are just so stoked to get your hands on?
Yeah, so I think it was like a year ago, year and a half ago, maybe even a couple of years ago, whenever they showed that first gameplay reveal, the 48-minute gameplay reveal, the first thing that I noticed was obviously, and I'd heard a lot about it, but when I saw it in gameplay, I was convinced was the first-person perspective. That's something that CD Projekt Red normally does third person, so I wasn't totally sold on it until I saw the gameplay, saw the first person, and I was absolutely in. That's the kind of game that I'm totally into, and that's why Cyberpunk, I think, has me more excited than even The Witcher 3.
Ooh, I like it. We're getting some hot takes. No, I completely agree, and because I am an FPS gal, if you will.
That's
I love
right,
FPS, and knowing that I'm going to get to explore Night City in first person is so exciting to me. But also Night City, I mean, man, the amount of detail that they are packing into to your playground is just
it's unbelievable. It is insane. I don't know how they could make a larger game than The Witcher 3. But I think they're going to do it with Cyberpunk, and obviously not bigger isn't always better. But with CD Projekt Red, I trust them. I think they know what they're doing at this point, right? This developer's at the very, very top of their game, maybe even the best developer working right now. So
I like it.
I know it's a bold claim, but it's one of those things that I firmly believe, especially when seeing more and more about this game.
Well, and to go back to the first-person thing, I mean, like you said, previously CD Projekt Red has done third-person games, but it's not lost on them the amount of detail that has to go into a first-person game. And I mean, we were talking briefly about the Melee and how they were perfecting it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they were just. I just read an article just the other day about how they were kind of working on their melee because they were trying to figure out how, like, when the player melees another player in first person, it's like, how do they make sure that they indicate it correctly to the player that's playing? And this is the kind of thing that CD Projekt Red. I mean, they've been developing this game for what, 7 years, 8 years,
at least,
and they're at least, and they're still perfecting it. And that's how you know that this game is absolutely going to be the best of 2020, if not the best of 2021, if it gets delayed or whatever. It's going to be the best of whatever year it comes out in, right? Going to.
No, definitely. And I mean, with the Melee, I hope the Mantis Blades are perfect.
Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited.
What was it? I think it was the year that they had the gameplay reveal that they showed the statue with the Mantis Blades, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And
I think you're right. Yeah.
I am so excited to see that arsenal that they have out there. I mean, because if they're packing that level of detail into, you know, that sandbox, into Night City, like, show me the guns. I am so excited for that. So, Bruce, one last thing before we jump out of here, which is, what is the first thing you're going to do when you jump into Night City?
All right, Sydney, the first thing that I'm going to do, first thing I'm going to customize, don't lie, you're going to do it too, customize those genitals. That's what we're doing. We're going straight to the genitals.
You got to do it.
And then, I mean, you got it. Everybody's going to do it. And then also I'm going to customize the car when I get that car, because those are my two favorite things in all the world, cars and genitals. So I can't wait. There's so much there. There's so much in this game that you get to change and customize. Oh, man, I'm so excited.
Bruce, thank you so much for stopping by. Always a pleasure.
Of course, Sydney. It's always a pleasure.
And now let's pop on over to Akeem, who's going to present the Heart of Gaming Award.
Now, while a lot of the Gamescom Best of Show awards are pretty specific, the Heart of Gaming Award is really about celebrating and recognizing something really special that's making the world of gaming a better place as a whole. And while games and studios are eligible to win, so are individual people, institutions, concepts, or even words. So choosing a winner is probably a daunting task for the judges because it can be virtually anything. Here are the nominees for the 2020 Gamescom Heart of Gaming Award. And the winner of Gamescom 2020's Heart of Gaming Award goes to Supercrowd Entertainment for their Indie Arena Booth virtual experience. Indie Arena Booth is one of the biggest and most beloved booths at Gamescom, and it was a massive collaborative effort between a staggering number of indie developers, and Supercrowd gave them all the tools they needed to make their booths truly special. Joining me right now to accept the Heart of Gaming Award, we have Wolf and Valentina of Supercrowd. How y'all doing?
Hi, Akeem.
Thank you all so much for joining me. So my first question is, what inspired the Indie Arena booth that you all created?
Do you want to start, ladies? Ladies first, I guess. Sorry.
Yeah, let's start with you, Valentina.
Indie Arena booth, yeah. I mean, we're doing this since 2013, and we grew from 40 square meters to 1,500 square meters last year at Gamescom. And this year, we thought we had to do something to represent indie developers. And so we created this amazing online multiplayer. And yeah, I think what inspired us most was like to help indie devs from all over the world.
Yeah, I think like in general, one of the worst days in my professional career was the day when Gamescom was cancelled on the physical side, but the same day the Indie Mega Booth needed to resign their work, which was an inspiration to all of us at the start for us to represent indies in Europe, and that made us realize we need to step up our game and help fight this pandemic with hope, give the developers something to do, especially the devs that don't have the big bucks, that don't have the big money, that are in countries that are not yet that well connected. And I'm so amazed with our, I think we have 185 games inside of the Indie Arena Booth online world from 50 nations, and it's so cool because it was very affordable for the developers due to the help of our partners. So yeah, I just want to say thank to the whole team, all the people working on this product, all the developers building the booths themselves. It was just a gigantic 4 months super game jam sprint, and I'm so happy that people were able to enjoy it and saw what's possible inside the world of video games. And you have a little bit of hope.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like, quite a large undertaking. How were you guys able to, get the companies involved? Like, what was that process like?
So basically, it was like. Sorry.
I know. I mean, you can start because our submission was already open by the time the Gamescom was cancelled. So it was more the question of that the developers trusted us so much because we didn't announce anything before June what we were actually planning. So, but they will keep submitting their games. I think that was the interesting part here. And pressure was high, but then our first trailer showing that we had this game planned. I think everybody was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" And yeah, so yeah, I think it was a very interesting, different process this year. But we tried to be always two weeks ahead of any announcements of any things. And Yeah, busy times, but finish line check mark.
Yeah, and yeah, you made it. I mean, you all are the heart of gaming this year. Also, I want to ask you about this. Like, it's such an interesting look and feel. How do you all feel about having these little avatars, people walking around in this particular space that you all created? What does that feel like?
It was amazing to just walk around and also discover the booths on our own. And it was so funny what people actually did there. They we have this little chat function, and people played games in our game, which doesn't have gameplay yet. But we'll definitely. It was really nice to see what the people did and how they're like, oh, let's meet at booth so and so, and they played around with all the avatars, and it was just a chill place to hang out and discover a lot of stuff.
And it was actually also that there was this one moment which I think I missed the most without having any convention. I spotted a couple of my friends that have been developing with like Games Forever, and I would just click in on the avatar saying, oh, that's that guy. Awesome. Wow, I haven't seen each other for 6 months. We just started chatting and talking. And, it's not the same as giving each other a hug and all this type of stuff we mentioned, but it felt so good to connect again with somebody that you don't see every day. And I think that was really, really neat to have that function inside the game that actually works and people used it.
Yeah, well, hopefully next year we'll all be able to come together IRL for Gamescom 2021. Valentina, Wolf, I want to thank you all so much for joining me.
Thanks so much, and thanks for the wonderful award.
Now we need to take one last short break, but you've been with us this long, so why not hang out with us just a little while longer? The Gamescom Best of Show Awards will be right back.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here. And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back, everyone. It looks like we've given out all our awards, so like all good things, Gamescom 2020 Best of Show must come to an end.
Now let's give a huge congratulations to all the winners and participants in this year's Gamescom Best of Show and Cosplay competition, and a great big thank you to the hundreds of people who helped Gamescom come together this year.
From the crew working on this live show as we're talking to you, to everybody who problem-solved all the moving parts of an event of this scale across thousands of miles, several time zones, and a mind-boggling amount of emails.
Doing a production of this size during times of COVID has been a challenge, to put it mildly. It's only through the tireless efforts and intense collaboration of our teams that make something special like this happen. So before we go, we just wanted to say a heartfelt thank you to everyone who played a part in making Gamescom 2020 happen in a year where a global pandemic would have threatened to cancel it completely. Here's a quick look at what it took to make this year's show a reality.
Each year, Gamescom presents the biggest and best video game conference on Earth, bringing thousands of video game fans, developers, and publishers together in one place to celebrate, play new games, and get a glimpse of what the future of gaming holds for everyone. 2020, however, had different plans.
Ever since we were hit with this pandemic, it kind of seemed like a lot of entertainment elements that we typically depend on just kind of stopped.
There were no more movie theaters, there were no more bars, there were no more sporting events. There's a drought in entertainment as we speak. The one industry that really hasn't been hit, that continues to thrive, is gaming.
Especially with everything going on, gaming has become an increasingly more important part of people's lives. So I'm glad that, we can take a couple of days to celebrate that with everybody around the world.
What To make this year's show special, IGN worked with Gamescom to develop 5 different shows: Gamescom Studio, Awesome Indies, Gamescom Daily Show, Cosplay Contest, and Gamescom Best of Show, each bringing with it a unique focus with the help of hosts, writers, and producers all over the world. For our remote productions, something as seemingly simple as shooting from home takes a team of over 30 people for just a single day of programming. Our hosts and panelists were provided with state-of-the-art cameras and lighting equipment, and their home offices were converted into colorful sets to fit their personalities. Behind the scenes, our video editors, producers, and technical directors conduct the shoots from a virtual control room, making jumps between people's home setups and shows feel seamless. But to really accentuate the show's spectacle feel, we knew we needed to integrate one more layer of production, an actual studio set run by a small group of hosts and production crew members.
It's a skeleton crew. It's about 10, 11 people, and yet we're putting on such a high-end production, which I'm really proud of just everyone coming together and putting on this amazing experience that I'm hoping that the viewers are going to really enjoy.
Our initial plan was to shoot out of our fully equipped San Francisco studios, but a rise in COVID-19 cases deemed it necessary for us to pivot and move production to our smaller Los Angeles office with only 2 weeks to go before live kickoff.
We have one studio. It's really kind of small, but we wanted to do something big. So we completely terraformed our offices here in Los Angeles. These mini sets and mini stages, and that became the foundation or the base for our Gamescom.
With a rapidly approaching deadline, IGN teams had to redesign our studios, rebuild our shows, swap out our hosts, and get creative with how our talent and producers without being in the same room. We took round-the-clock problem solving and strict COVID production protocol to bring it all together.
So it feels good to know that in addition to taking all of those distancing, wearing masks, constantly washing hands, and the hand sanitizer stuff here. I know everyone here has been tested.
We have COVID safety technicians here all the time to be able to actually be in the studio, and I am really thrilled to be able to bring you some material from in studio. But of course, you're going to see a lot of people on monitors. You're going to see a lot of people I wish I was hugging and shaking hands with in person.
The result was a unique synergy of home productions and studio productions that created one Gamescom experience unlike anything the world has ever seen.
Just being here, looking at the studio space, how we kind of just transformed it into something really special, and something I think the viewers are really gonna get a kick out of.
So why go through the efforts to keep the show going in such a difficult year? Because in a time when the global pandemic is keeping us apart, our community is relying on games to bring us together. Video games let us escape to new worlds, foster friendships, and take on epic adventures in a time where travel isn't possible.
We can lose ourselves in worlds that take us outside the confines of our homes. We can congregate with friends, we can go on adventures, we can attend concerts. We could just cut loose in the gaming world in a way that we can no longer do together in a single space.
It's been such a huge blessing to have something like video games focus my attention on whether it's I want to get better at Call of Duty or mouse and keyboard or just with my friends and having a place to get online and socialize and feel a little bit more normal.
It means a lot to these people. It means a lot. It means a lot to everybody working on this thing to provide some kind of entertainment.
Video games bring us joy Video games bring us joy, and joy is something everyone in the world can use right now. That's why it is our passion. Our duty, we feel our duty to shine a light on the gaming industry. What better place than Gamescom, and the people who make games can come together to celebrate this art. In a time of so much uncertainty, it's good to have a place to connect and a little something to look forward to, no matter how far apart we are.
I'm a little rickety today. It's not working, you guys, but I'll give you everything I have. A wooden roller coaster. Has been in the rain.
And don't forget to visit Gamescom, Focus.com to see the newest games. God damn it. Pull up more. We always got it. In this Gamescom Partner Spotlight, we're going to check out the trailer for How It Works.
My first time talking.
Go for it. And don't forget to visit Gamescom.global.com to see all the newest Gamescom exclusives.
If you haven't seen the trailer,
Pace.
Okay. We've been going so strong, guys. The claps had to happen.
You have not yet seen the trailer.
The teaser trailer. It's a teaser trailer.
This has gone awry.
This Forza Motorsport tournament
7 44 57. Back to you.